Good afternoon. Welcome to the July 22nd, 2025 regular meeting of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Supervisor Chan. Present. Chan present. Supervisor Chen. Chen present. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey present. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio present. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder present. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood present. Supervisor Mandelman.
Present.
Mandelman present. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar present. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter present. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill present. And Supervisor Walton. Walton present. Mr. President, all members are present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors acknowledges that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone community and by affirming their rights as First Peoples. Colleagues, will you join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On behalf of our board, I want to acknowledge the staff at SFGov TV, today particularly Kalina Mendoza. They record each of our meetings and make transcripts available to the public online. Madam Clerk, do you have any communications?
Yes. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors welcomes you all to attend this meeting here in the board's legislative chamber, located within City Hall on the second floor in room 250. If you cannot make it down to the chamber, you can always watch the board meeting on SFGov TV's channel 26 or view the live stream at www.sfgovtv.org. If you'd like to submit public comment, you can send an email to bos@sfgov.org or use the Postal Service. Just address your envelope to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. The number 1, Dr. Carlton B. Goodlett Place, City Hall, room 244, San Francisco, California, 94102. If you are intending on speaking during general public comment later on in the meeting, note that items 5 through 25, those items comprise the city's budget, as well as item 26, the large and commercial vehicle parking restrictions. The public comment timeframe for those items has closed. You will be redirected if you speak on any of those items during general public comment today. So please don't. If you'd like to make a future reasonable accommodation request under the Americans with Disability Act, or if you need to request language assistance, contact the clerk's office at least 2 business days in advance by calling 415-554-5184. Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to the approval of our meeting minutes.
Approval of the June 17th, 2025 regular board meeting minutes and the June 18th, 20th, and 23rd, 2025 special meeting minutes at the Budget and Appropriations Committee meeting, which constituted a quorum of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Moved by Sherrill, seconded by Chen. And Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On the minutes as presented, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the minutes will be approved after public comment as presented. Madam Clerk, let's go to our consent agenda, items 1 through 4.
Items 1 through 4 are on consent. These items are considered to be routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
All right. I don't see anyone on the roster. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On items 1 through 4, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, these ordinances are finally passed. Madam Clerk, let's go to unfinished business and the final reading of the budget. And can you please call items 5 through 24 together?
Item 5, this is the budget and appropriation ordinance to appropriate all estimated receipts and expenditures for the city and county departments as of May 30th, 2025, and for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2026 and 2027. Item 6, this is the annual salary ordinance that enumerates positions and fixes compensation in the annual budget and appropriation ordinance for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2026 and June 30th, 2027. Item 7, this ordinance amends the administrative code that modifies the short-term license fees for the use of City Hall. Item 8, this ordinance amends the administrative code to transfer responsibilities for oversight of the collection of sexual orientation and gender identity data from the city administrator to the Human Rights Commission. Item 9, this ordinance amends the administrative code to clarify the status of the Treasure Island Development Authority as a city department. Item 10, this ordinance amends the administrative code to eliminate the Budget Savings Incentive Fund. Item 11, this ordinance adopts the Neighborhood Beautification and Graffiti Cleanup Fund tax designation ceiling for tax year 2025. Item 12, this ordinance modifies the baseline funding requirements for early care and education programs and enables the city to use the interest earned from the early care and education commercial rents tax for those baseline programs. Item 13, this ordinance retroactively authorizes the San Francisco Public Defender's Office to accept and expend a $3.4 million grant from the Crankstart Foundation to expand the capacity of the Immigration Defense Unit March 1st, 2025 through March 1st, 2029, and amends the annual salary ordinance for fiscal years 2024 through 25 and 2025 through 26 to provide for the addition of 4 grant-funded positions, 3 Class 8177 attorneys, and 1 FTE 8173 legal assistant in the Public Defender's Office. Item 14, this ordinance appropriates and deappropriates for a total net deappropriation amount of approximately $87,000 for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission capital projects budget. Item 15, this ordinance authorizes the issuance and sale of tax-exempt or taxable water revenue bonds and other forms of indebtedness by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission in an amount of approximately $1.1 billion to finance the costs of various capital water and Hetchy water projects, and to authorize the issuance of water revenue refunding bonds and the retirement of outstanding water enterprise commercial paper. Item 16, this ordinance deappropriates $12.9 million approximately in the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, benefiting the water enterprise capital improvements in fiscal year 2025 through 26. Item 17, this ordinance amends the Business and Tax Regulations Code, the Health Code, the Administrative Code, and the Public Works Code to amend the environmental health permit fee and penalties revisions. Item 18, this ordinance amends the Health Code to set patient rates for services provided by the DPH, the Department of Public Health, and to authorize DPH to waive or reduce fees to meet the needs of low-income patients. Item 19, this ordinance amends the Public Works and Subdivision Codes to modify certain permit fees, including waiving fees for cafe tables and chairs and display merchandise registrants, and certain minor sidewalk encroachments that are appurtenant building features, and to affirm the CEQA determination. Item 20, this is an ordinance to amend the building, subdivision, and administrative codes to adjust fees charged by the Department of Building Inspection and to establish subfunds within the Building Inspection Fund and to affirm the CEQA determinations. Item 21, this ordinance amends the Park Code to authorize the Recreation and Park Department to add a cost recovery surcharge to the fees for the use of city golf courses, outdoor event facilities, picnic areas, and athletic fields, and increases golf course fees and requires the Recreation and Park Department to post and update on its website the golf course fees and to affirm the CEQA determination. Item 22, this is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to authorize fees for vehicles, to fund law enforcement programs, and to establish the Police Fingerprint Identification Fund. Item 23, this is an ordinance to amend the Park Code to authorize the Recreation and Park Departments to charge fees for reserving tennis and pickleball courts and to affirm the CEQA determination. And item 24, this is an ordinance to amend the Park Code to allow the Recreation and Park Department to set fees for recreation programs based on the department's operating costs, directing the Commission to update its scholarship policy to provide for further discounts and to affirm the CEQA determination.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Although we called all of these together, we're going to be voting on them, I believe, in two batches. The first being 6 through 21, and the second batch being 5, 22, 23, and 24. If that sounds right to everybody, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll on items 6 through 21.
On items 6 through 21, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the ordinances are finally passed. And then, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on items 5, 22, 23, and 24?
On items 5, 22, 23, and 24, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, no. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Fielder voting no.
The ordinances are finally passed. Madam Clerk, can you please call item 25?
Item 25. This is an ordinance to authorize the city to reallocate approximately $34.8 million in prior appropriated revenue and unappropriated earned interest to allow the city to use revenues from the homelessness gross receipts tax through fiscal year 2026 through 27 for certain types of services to address homelessness, where future revenue and interest to the OCOHO fund exceeds amounts appropriated in the adopted budget for fiscal years 2025-26 and 2026-27, to authorize the city to expend up to $19.1 million of such additional revenues and interest on any programs to address homelessness, to temporarily suspend the limit on funding for the short-term rental subsidies, and finding that these reallocations are necessary to achieve the purposes of the Our City, Our Home Fund. This item, pursuant to the Business and Tax Regulations Code, requires a supermajority vote of at least 8 members of the Board of Supervisors to pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as we voted on this as a divided question last time, we will again. Supervisor Fielder.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was going to happen again.
Yep.
Thanks.
So, Madam Clerk, first on the divided question, I believe we will vote first on Section 4 of the ordinance. Can you please call the roll?
Yes, we are voting on the divided portion, which is Section 4, pages, I believe, page 5, line 22 through page 6, line 6. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, no. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, no. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, no. There are 8 ayes and 3 noes, with Supervisors Fielder, Walton, and Chen voting no.
Section 4 of the ordinance is finally passed. On the remaining balance of the question, on the remaining balance of the ordinance, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
On the remaining balance of item 25, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the remaining balance of the ordinance is finally passed. And with passage of both the divided portion and the balance, the ordinance as a whole is finally passed. Madam Clerk, can you please call item 26?
Item 26, this is an ordinance to amend the Division 1 of the Transportation Code to reduce the time that large vehicles may be parked on city streets from overnight to 2 hours, and to modify the time that commercial vehicles may be parked on city streets, among other requirements.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 26, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, no. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, no. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 9 ayes and 2 noes, with Supervisors Fielder and Walton voting no.
The ordinance is finally passed. Madam Clerk, please call item 27.
Mr. President, before I do, I'll just remind the audience that there are no audible signs of being against an item or being supportive of an item. If you are interested in supporting something, you can just wave your hands as such. Item 27, Mr. President.
Yes, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 27, this is an ordinance to amend the Administrative Code to expand the scope of emergency procurement provisions for goods and services, and to allow city departments to modify agreements in ways not contemplated in the original solicitation.
Chair Chan.
Thank you, President Mendelman. The department, the Office of Contract Administration is requesting a technical amendment to reference voter-approved contract provision. Additional language is on page 6, line 24 through, my apologies, on page 6, line 24 through page 7, line 2. And the language are, notwithstanding the foregoing sentence, emergency contracts are subject to Chapter 12G and 12M of the Administrative Code and relevant provisions of the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code. This is really for clarifying, just making sure that we are clear of what constitutes as emergency, since we're expanding the emergency definition and what actually deemed qualify as well. And thank you. So I move to amend.
Thank you for the motion, Chair Chan. Is there a second? Seconded by Chen. And I think we can take that motion without objection. And Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the amended ordinance?
On item 27 as amended, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 28.
Item 28, this is an ordinance that approves and authorizes the Director of Property to acquire certain real property located at 601 through 617 Laguna Street, to authorize an agreement of purchase and sale for real estate for the acquisition of the property from Pacifica SFO LLC for a total anticipated not to exceed project cost of $20 million, to authorize the Director of Property to make certain modifications to the purchase agreement, to exempt the project from contracting requirements in Administrative Code Chapter 6 and Chapter 14B, and to approve the seller without competitive bidding, to place the property under the jurisdiction of the Real Estate Division, and to affirm the CEQA determination, and to make the appropriate findings.
Let's take this item same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 29.
Item 29. Pursuant to Charter Section A8.422, this matter shall require a vote of 3/4 or 9 affirmative votes of all members of the board to approve passage of this ordinance on first reading. Item 29. This is an ordinance to approve health services system plans and contribution rates for calendar year 2026.
And we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 30.
Item 30, this is a resolution to authorize the Department of Technology to enter into a First Amendment to the Enterprise Agreement with Carasoft Technology Corporation to purchase ServiceNow software products, to increase the term for an additional 4 years, now through August 31st, 2029, and to increase the contract amount for a new not to exceed amount of $28.3 million.
And we can take this same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 31.
Item 31, resolution to approve the Third Amendment to the Domestic Terminal 3 Common Use Club Lease between American Express Travel Related Services Company and the Airport Commission to temporarily relocate the American Express Centurion Lounge from its Terminal 3 premise to Terminal 2 with a temporary decrease of the minimum annual guarantee amount to approximately $2 million, and of the annual promotional charge to approximately $9,000, and a day-to-day extension of the lease term through November 5th, 2031.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 32.
Item 32, resolution to approve an agreement between the City and the Office of Contract Administration with the Dutra Group for a custom crane barge for the Port of San Francisco for an initial term of approximately 2 years to July 14th, 2027, for a new amount of $16.7 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 33.
Item 33, this is a resolution that retroactively authorizes the Department of Public Works to accept and expend a grant of $626,000 from the California Department of Transportation Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant for a performance period November 4th, 2024 through June 30th, 2027 to fund the planning of the South of Market under Freeway Park.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 34.
Item 34, resolution to retroactively authorize and approve the Director of Property on behalf of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing to negotiate and enter into a new sublease agreement, property that has been owned by the California State Lands Commission for the city's use as the Bayview Vehicle Triage Center at Candlestick Point State Recreation Area, January 13th, 2024 through April 11th. 2025 for a base rent of $312,000 per year, to affirm this CEQA determination and to make the appropriate finding.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call items 35 and 36 together.
Items 35 and 36 pertain to TEFRA hearings. Item 35 is a resolution to approve the issuance and sale of revenue obligations by the California Enterprise Development Authority in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $10 million, to finance or refinance the cost of acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of various educational facilities owned and operated by La Scuola International School. Item 36, this resolution approves the issuance and sale of revenue obligations by the California Enterprise Development Authority in an amount of $80 million to finance, refinance, or reimburse the cost of acquisition, construction, installation, rehabilitation, equipping, and or furnishing of various capital facilities to be owned and operated by National Center for International Schools.
And same house, same call. Without objection, these resolutions are adopted. Madam Clerk, can you please call item 37?
Item 37, resolution to retroactively authorize the Office of the City Administrator to accept and expend a grant award up to $5 million through June 30th, 2028 from the State of California Energy Commission for electric vehicle charging infrastructure for government fleets.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 38.
Item 38, resolution to approve the Third Amendment to the grant agreement between Abode Services and the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for problem-solving fiscal agent services, extending the term through June 30th, 2027, and to increase the agreement for a new total amount not to exceed $17.1 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 39.
Item 39, resolution to authorize the Police Department to accept and expend various gifts valued at approximately $867,000 from the San Francisco Police Community Foundation to support officer wellness events and initiatives, to support community engagement events, and provide equipment for the Police Department district stations.
Take that, same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 40.
Item 40, this is an ordinance to accept irrevocable offers of public infrastructure associated with the Potrero Hope SF Project Phase 2, to dedicate this public infrastructure for public use, to designate the public infrastructure for public street and roadway purposes, to accept for the public infrastructure for city maintenance and liability purposes, to establish the official public right-of-way widths and street grades, to establish the official sidewalk widths on 25th, 26th, Arkansas, Connecticut, and Wisconsin streets, to accept a public works order, and to affirm the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
And we can take this item, same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 41.
Item 41, this is a resolution to adopt the 2025 Hazards and Climate Resilience Plan as San Francisco's update to the 2020 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan.
And we'll take that, same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, let's go to our 2:30 special order.
It is now time to recognize those who deserve recognition for meritorious service to the city and county of San Francisco.
And we will begin with District 6, Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you, President Mandelman. Colleagues, it is with immense gratitude and admiration that I today recognize someone who has made an indelible impact on the neighborhoods of District 6 and our city as a whole, Commander Luke Martin. Until recently, Captain Luke Martin, on his well-earned promotion within the San Francisco Police Department. For those of us who work closely with him, this is both a proud and bittersweet moment. Commander Martin stepped into his leadership at Southern Station during one of the most challenging times in recent memory for neighborhoods like Soma, the East Cut, and Rincon Hill. In fact, his tenure as Southern District Captain closely matched my own tenure as supervisor from District 6, which accounts for most of the Southern Police District. From day one, Captain Martin led with professionalism, integrity, and a relentless commitment to community engagement and public safety. He didn't just show up, he was present, whether it was an early morning check-in following an overnight incident or a call from a concerned constituent. He made sure my office never faced challenges alone or uninformed. And he brought with him not just responsiveness, but his deep experience. Commander Martin has served in the San Francisco Police Department since 1998, following in his father's footsteps and carrying forward a legacy of service. Over the years, he's worked to patrol in the Mission and Bayview. He led gang investigations, and he served in night investigations and the traffic company. His breadth of experience is matched only by his dedication. Now, I first worked with Luke when he was lieutenant, but it was as captain of Southern Station beginning in 2022 that Commander Martin's leadership truly became personal for so many of us as residents of neighborhoods that were beset by drug-driven lawlessness and associated challenges at levels we had never seen before. In Soma, in the East Cut, in Mission Bay, in Rincon Hill, and across District 6, he didn't just enforce the law. He was a well-informed and highly responsive public safety leader. He earned the community's trust through his patient and calm demeanor, his genuine empathy, and his good heart. He never waited to be asked. He called us, he asked how he could help, and he always showed up quietly, reliably, and without fanfare. He was a familiar face at community meetings, a trusted partner to local businesses, and a steady hand during some of the most difficult public safety challenges my district faced. He listened, he followed through, and in neighborhoods that too often feel neglected, he made sure that the residents of District 6 feel seen, heard, and protected. He reminded so many of us as San Franciscans that San Francisco's police department has our back. Now, as an elected politician, I will confess I am not always comfortable with people who are more popular in my district than I am. But when that person is Captain Luke Martin, now Commander Luke Martin, I'm okay with it. As he steps into his new role as commander of the Special Operations Bureau, I have every confidence that he will carry forward the same values that defined his leadership in Southern: compassion, accountability, responsibility, responsiveness, and integrity. And I'm confident he will be every bit as popular citywide as he was in District 6. Commander Martin, on behalf of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, and from all of your fans in District 6, we thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your extraordinary service. We congratulate you on your next chapter. We bestow upon you that prestigious and universally acknowledged award for excellence in the field of policing, donuts. Now, before you speak, I understand that Michelle Delaney from Malone 11 Minna would also like to speak. So, Michelle, why don't you take the floor? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Hello, my name is Michelle Delaney, representing the Community Police Advisory Board to honor and support the promotion of Captain Luke Martin, a leader, a partner, and a true pillar of our community. For those of us who have had the privilege of working alongside him, whether through the Police Advisory Board, local businesses, or neighborhood establishments, one thing is abundantly clear. Captain Martin embodies what it means to serve with integrity, compassion, and unwavering dedication. From the very beginning, Captain Martin approached every conversation, every challenge, and every collaboration with mutual respect. He didn't just listen, he engaged. He didn't just acknowledge diverse perspectives, he valued them. In a city as dynamic and complex as San Francisco, his ability to offer real dialogue, even on tough issues, helped build bridges where others might have seen divides. Captain Martin's leadership gave profound meaning to the phrase civil service. He understood that trust isn't given, but earned through constant action, and time again followed through. Whether it was strengthening the neighborhood police relations, advocating for equitable solutions, or simply showing up with an open mind, he made a lasting impact. The CPAB recommends that Captain Martin is rewarded with a well-deserved promotion to commander. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And Commander Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Good afternoon, everybody. So I must say, I really didn't know what to expect coming in here. It started with me walking down the hall. I saw a lot of familiar faces. They're all in the back, I think, now, whether it's people I've worked with, worked for. They all showed up in support. So I was a little caught off guard right now, I'm very appreciative. I thank you very much for all those kind words. you know, working as the captain at Southern Station has definitely been one of the highlights of my career. You never know what to expect with working with either the politician side, the community side, and I just got to say it's been just a lot of fun connecting with the different community members, the different groups. Southern is such an amazing district, or District 6, just so many unique different sub-neighborhoods, and just getting to know everybody has been just a blast. I loved every minute of it, and you know, I don't know if it's like this for everybody, Supervisor Dorsey, but it definitely felt like we were a team. We were on the same page, just working together. It never felt contentious, or we were with different views. We were just kind of always easily teaming up at different community events or problem-solving different things. And I just really treasured that, working with you and your team. Mahanes, who I definitely owe a lot of thanks to, for helping set this up today, and I plan on getting her back somehow. Just amazing, whether it's Brian or David from before, and Dominica. I mean, just what a great staff, and a pleasure to work with. And then I'd love to thank the rest of the Board of Supervisors. You know, the police department hasn't always had a lot of support here in the city, but we're definitely feeling it now, and it's made such a difference, and I think you can really see it with what's happening in the city. Despite staffing challenges, we're getting so much done as a police department to try to make this city better, safer, and just more enjoyable for all that, whether they live here, work here, travel here. So I really thank you for all your support for the police department. We truly need it, and I think together we can just keep making all those strides to make this city amazing. I got to thank all my brothers and sisters from the police department who showed up. We got all of our deputy chiefs here. I don't know if Chief Yep is at a meeting all by himself right now, but somehow they are here without a meeting. It's hard to believe that you got all the deputy chiefs here. So I want to thank all the command staff members. I have my former staff from Southern Station, the lieutenants, the captain staff that were able to break free and surprise me coming here. A few of our friends from the community also showed up. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And then just lastly, I'd like to thank my family, my wife and my children here. They've just been a huge support. Thank you very much. They're right behind me. So. Yeah, thank you very much for just supporting me with all the crazy schedule changes and stresses and things like that. They've been amazing. So I love you all. Thank you very much.
District 9, Supervisor Fielder.
Thank you, President Mandelman. I would like to welcome to the podium the staff and owner at Jolene's. Please come up. Today, I have the privilege of recognizing an institution that has created an extraordinary culture and community in District 9 that is a vibrant and vital part of San Francisco's queer and cultural nightlife, Jolene's Bar and Jolene. Located in the Mission District, a neighborhood long known for resilience and cultural pride, Jolene's has become a sanctuary, a place for community, celebration, and liberation. Jolene's isn't just a bar, it's a home. It's a home for San Francisco's LGBTQ+ community, for women, for people of color, and for everyone who values inclusive, joyful spaces. At a time when queer venues across the country are disappearing due to rising rents and the lasting impacts of the pandemic, Jolene's continues to thrive. Jolene's is not just a nightlife venue, it is a beacon of what queer community can be. A space for drag, for music, for mutual aid, and best of all, for activism. Jolene has created a space that reminds us that queer venues aren't just places to gather, they're places to organize, to heal, to express joy, and to resist. Because of Jolene's passion and leadership as a queer woman and small business owner, she has built a gathering space that has created jobs, uplifted local talent, and opened doors to all. On behalf of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, we thank you, Jolene, for what you've built, for all the staff, and for the community you continue to nurture. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Wasn't really prepared for this either, but like they said, it takes a village. So I'm really happy that my staff is here. A few missing, but we love them, and I really can't do what I do for work without my entire team. So thank you for recognizing that. Our space is so much to us and our entire community. So thank you for recognizing us.
District 10, Supervisor Walton.
Thank you, President Mandelman. And can I have the first class of women police officers please come and line up by the podium? And as they come up, colleagues, today I am honoring a powerful and long overdue milestone in the history of our city and the San Francisco Police Department. We are recognizing the courageous women of the 126th Precinct recruit class, the very first women in the San Francisco history to be sworn and assigned to full patrol duties in our police department. I would like to formally recognize those who are in attendance with us today. Vicki Quinn, Maureen D'Amico, Pamela Meads, Terry Ivey, Arlene Drummer, Jackie Joe, Mary Petrie, Gladys Jackson. On July 28th, 1975, 50 years ago, 28 women joined the San Francisco Police Department as fully empowered patrol officers. This was not just a policy change, it was a bold, history-making moment in the fight for gender equity in law enforcement. These women stepped into the same roles, faced the same risks, and carried the same responsibilities as their male counterparts, something that had never happened before in our city. But this moment didn't happen by chance. It happened because of years of advocacy and courage, most notably by Officers for Justice, a group of mostly black officers who, in 1968, stood up and filed a formal discrimination lawsuit against the city and county of San Francisco. Their fight for fairness was joined by powerful allies like the National Organization for Women, Eileen Hernandez and Associates, the National Advancement Organization of Colored People, Chinese for Affirmative Action, and other community advocates who knew this was bigger than one department. It was about equity and public service across the board. To the women of the 126th recruit class, your presence changed the culture of the department. Your strength and persistence helped move our city forward, and your legacy lives on in every woman who now wears the badge and serves our communities with honor. San Francisco thanks you, We see you, we uplift you, and we celebrate this 50-year milestone with deep pride and gratitude. Thank you. And I believe Arlene Drummer will be speaking for the group.
Good afternoon, President Mandelman, the other board supervisors. My cousin Shaman Walton said everything, but I did have some notes that I wrote down that I just want to kind of go over. It might be a lot of repeating, but I got to say something, right? Okay. My name is Arlene George Drummer. I'm going to give you a brief history of how this journey began. In 1973, a group of 9 active-duty African-American and 1 Caucasian police officer who were members of the Officers for Justice, which was a separate union from the Police Officers Association, with the assistance of the firm Public Advocates, a public interest law firm, filed a suit in U.S. District Court. Presiding Judge Robert Peckham, contending that the San Francisco Police Department discriminated against minorities and women. Several organizations has already been mentioned. Judge Peckham then froze all entry-level hiring until corrective actions were taken by the City and County of San Francisco. Our advocate lawyers which consist of 3 capable lawyers, Robert Caneza, Lois Salisbury, and Angela Blackwell, who fought hard to defend this lawsuit. And as a result, Judge Peckham halted all entry-level hiring in the San Francisco Police Department until corrective measures were implemented to address discrimination. Soon after, on September 3, 1974, the Civil Service Commission said that 1,800 women had applied to take the entry-level test to become patrol officers. May 2, 1975, Judge Peckham eliminated the 120-pound sandbag, but gave us the 50-pound sandbag, which was still hard, from the physical agility test, and erased the height requirements for recruits and ordered that 60 women be hired by the end of the year. July 28th, 31 women entered the 12-week police training program, which was much more longer because the training was more on trying to discourage the women, hoping that we would resign. There's so much I could say regarding our academy training and the resistance that we received, but that would take up all this time. I can say that it was the hardest and stressful experience that most of us had ever been through. But we made it. Look for the movie and the book. Look for the movie and the book that surely will be forthcoming. I would like to take this time to thank our families and friends who came out to support us. And for me, it was the prayers of so many that saw me through. I thank my pastor, Rodney Leggett, for being here, my children, and if I can, and you've already acknowledged the women, but we have some of our male classmates who came to support us. And I want them to stand. Danny Marr, would you stand? Stand. Reno Rapiani, James McKeever, and Michael McGilliard. And what we went through in the academy, they had to go through the same thing. A lot of them. And stand up, McKeever. I was telling them how hard it was. He said it wasn't hard for me, but look at him. It shouldn't have been hard for him, but it was hard for us. So I have one more thing to say. Monday, July the 28th, the women of the first class of patrol officers will be celebrating again our 50-year anniversary. Those of us who were able to retire are very grateful to the San Francisco Police Department for our careers, and most of all for that pension that comes so faithfully every month. Thank you very much.
District 11, Supervisor Chen.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today, we honor a true pillar of our community, Central Drug Store, a legacy business that has been a cornerstone of the Excelsior District for over a century. Founded by William Brenner in 1908, Central Drug Store has been more than just a pharmacy and a general store. It has been a place of compassion, care, and community. In the 1940s, Dino Tonelli began his journey with Central Drug Store, where he met his future wife and co-worker, Elsie. Dino took over the store in 1965 and dedicated his life to serving the community until his passing in 1991. His legacy was carried forward by his son, Jerry, who started working at the store as a young graduate in 1978. Together with his mother, Elsie, who worked at the store until she was 96 years old, Jerry continued to uphold the values and traditions that make Central Drug Store a beloved institution. The heart and soul of Central Drug Store has always been its people. Besides Jerry and Elsie, dedicated employees like Kathy O'Murray, Tony Ferretti, Augustina Ariano, Roy Henderson, and Paul Tonio they all have been a very important part of its own success. They have served many generations of San Franciscans, knowing their patients and clients by names, prescriptions order, and even their family members. At times, people like Jerry and Elsie and Austina are their clients, pharmacists, and other times their medicine delivery person, and even sometimes their therapist, but always their very trusted friend. The store provided free medical advice and counter-counseling to those without health insurance and low-income families, extending their impact far beyond the store's walls. Central Drug Stores have been a staunch supporter of local organizations, school initiatives throughout District 11. They hire local high school students, supported the YMCA, Sunday Street, Jerry Garcia Day. As a member of the Retail Clerk Union Local 648, they ensure that employees receive good pay, health insurance, and pension plans. The store's legacy is reflected in many people who have worked there, including customers' children, grandchildren, some of whom met their future spouses while working at the store. The counter and disciplinary area are adorned with photos of Central Drugstore's history, capturing the milestones and memory as its longtime clients and employees. These photos, depicting weddings, baby announcements, birthday, graduations, symbolize the store's deep connection to our community. The store's contribution to the communities has been recognized with awards from Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi and former San Francisco Mayor Ed Lee. On July 15, 2025, Central Drugstore opened it and closed its door for the last time. Though the bright neon letter of Central Drugstore will no longer light up, its legacy, it's immortalized it in the hearts of all the community members it has touched it. The mural on the side of the store's building on Santa Rosa Avenue, titled The San Francisco You Should Know, painted by Pasita Eyes muralist, featured the Central Drugstore's logo, a testament to its enduring impact. The San Francisco that we should all know, certainly including deeply rooted institutions like Central Drugstore. To Jerry, all the employees, and everyone who has been part of Central Drugstore, whether you are here today or not, congratulations on your remarkable legacy and your well-deserved retirements. Thank you for over 100 years of dedicated services to our community. Your spirits of services inspires us all. And I also have some very beautiful ribbon lace for Jerry and the other employees who came today. They are hand-braced by District 11 seniors from Self-Help for the Elderly. Some of them have greatly benefited from the friendly services the local pharmacists like Central Drugstore have provided. And they want to share their gratitude to you and wish you all a happy retirement too. Congratulations. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Supervisor Chen for those glowing words. I said, after listening to that, I was like, maybe I should just go back and reopen for another 100 years and come back if I could. I mean, it would be great. But as time goes by and, you know, it's been a great legacy. I mean, at my age, it's time to retire. I have nobody behind me, as my father did, to continue the business. I'd like to, at this time, thank these people behind me, Tony, Augustina, Kathy, and Roy. My brother Paul was supposed to be here, but... Oh, why don't you come up here? Anyway. But also, part of my family here are sitting over here, if they would stand. And my beautiful wife, Nikki, is here, if she would stand. One last thing is that, as Supervisor Chen said, that my parents met at the pharmacy in the 1940s. My mother started working there at the age of 16 and worked there until she was 96. And if they hadn't met there, I mean, we wouldn't be standing here today. So I just need to mention them in my comments, Dino and Elsie, great people, and also the people of the Excelsior District that have supported us over all these years. And it was quite the sentiment closing up and all the good wishes and people coming up and thanking us and the notes and just all the gratitude really touches your heart and makes you appreciate not only our business, but the people of the Excelsior District are wonderful people, hardworking and loyal. Thank you today, supervisors, for your time.
right. Next up, we have District 2 Supervisor Sherrill.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Today, I am honored to commend Darlene Armanino. Darlene, where are you? There you are. Come on up, please. All right, enough socializing. Come on. But in all seriousness, Darlene, thank you for being here and congratulations on the occasion of your retirement following an extraordinary 50-year career across San Francisco's legal and public service sectors. Darlene is a proud third-generation San Franciscan whose family legacy of service runs deep through the San Francisco Fire and Police Departments. Her grandfather, Mickey McDonald, and father, Michael Griffin, both served with distinction in the San Francisco Fire Department. Her brother, Mickey Griffin, along with his twin sons, Sean and Patrick, proudly served in the San Francisco Police Department. Now, Darlene began her professional career at the Rappaport and Lewis Law Firm, where she spent 10 years honing her skills in legal administration. She then served 25 years as office manager at Quadros & Johnson, where she helped oversee daily operations and played a key role in the firm's success and stability. And after decades in legal administration, Darlene thankfully brought her talents to the San Francisco Employees Retirement System, or SFRS, where she spent over 15 years serving the public. At SFRS, Darlene served in dual roles, as board secretary and executive assistant to both the chief executive officer and chief investment officer. She was instrumental in supporting the governance and operational leadership of one of the largest public pension systems in the entire country. Her responsibilities range from managing high-level executive communications and complex schedules to ensuring transparent and compliant board meetings. Darlene's attention to detail, her professionalism, her deep institutional knowledge made her an invaluable resource to both the executive leadership and to the board members. In all my conversations with the current board members and some past board members, each one of them specifically noted how disappointed they were that you were retiring, mostly out of joy and out of gratitude, but also out of a knowledge that it will take an immensely talented and immensely thoughtful individual to come even close to filling your extremely large shoes. On behalf of the board, Darlene, we want to thank you for your decades of service and for all that you have given to the city and county of San Francisco. Congratulations. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, this was certainly an unexpected recognition, and I'm so grateful and thankful for those kind words, Supervisor Sherrill, and to all the board members here. I've had a wonderful run with the city, and I will cherish all the time, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
And finally, we have District 5 Supervisor Mahmood.
Colleagues, today I'm honored to recognize someone many of us here know, not just through his titles or his job, but through his character, his heart, and his deep and consistent commitment to our city. Mohammed Yasser, when he comes to the stage. Yasser is a public servant in the truest sense of the word. He's not the kind of person who seeks the spotlight, but today that spotlight should be on him. It's especially meaningful that we are honoring Yasser today during the board's first recognition of South Asian American Heritage Month. He has worn many hats, from his time with DPW to a labor leader, community organizer, father, and caregiver. In each role, he has led with humility, resolve, and grace. And he puts his life on the line, often every night, as he serves with DMAC, addressing our fentanyl crisis and the open-air drug market in our streets. His journey began when his family immigrated to San Francisco from Pakistan in 2002. Like so many of us who love this city, he's never left. And over the past 2 decades, he's built a life rooted in service to his family, to his coworkers, to his neighborhood, and to the broader Muslim and South Asian community in San Francisco. At DPW, he and his team are what they call the guardians of the public right-of-way. They help keep our streets safe and accessible. That work often goes unseen, but we clearly feel the impact of it every day. When his father's health began to decline, Yasser did not hesitate. He took on multiple jobs to support his family, even driving an Uber at night while continuing his public service during the day. That kind of selflessness isn't something that you learn in a classroom. It comes from values passed down through generations, values that continue to be exemplified by his work. It's part of what makes Yasser such a steady, grounded leader in everything that he does. Beyond City Hall, Yasser has been a powerful advocate for working people. He serves as the first Muslim and South Asian chapter president of IFPTE Local 21 and is a committed member of SEIU 2015. Whether he's negotiating for others, organizing Eid celebrations, or showing up for street vendors, he brings his whole self, his culture, his story, and his deep respect for others. I think he brought his child here as well.
That's him.
What makes Yasser exceptional isn't just what he does, it's how he does it. With a calm presence, with assurance, with that unmistakable smile. Yasser, thank you for your service and your leadership. You remind us that the work of building a more just and inclusive San Francisco happens not just through policy, but through care and community and through showing up. I will never forget our ability to debate whether Pakwan or Shalimar is better, and you always make me eat at Pakwan, so the jury's out. So thank you, Yasser, for all your service. And with that, I know Supervisor Chen and several other colleagues would like to say a couple words, and I submit the rest of my time. Congratulations.
Supervisor Chen.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Supervisor Mahmood. It's also a great privilege to highlight Yasser, a dedicated community member and resident of Excelsior for over 20 years. He is a loving son, caregiver, and parent. As a street inspector at DPW, he keeps the streets safe for residents and visitors. He is a fearless leader and active member of SEIU 2015 and Local 21. With Local 21, he was the chapter president of field operations for over 3 years, served on multiple bargaining teams, and the Political Action Committee. He's one of the favorite chanters on the Bohan to rally his coworkers. I also want to appreciate Yasser's work with the Council on American Islamic Relations, where he has worked to bring Ramadan iftar meals to the City Hall, and he's also the board member of the San Francisco Muslim Community Center and the San Francisco Islamic School, setting an example for youth and helping them connect to their identity and celebrate their backgrounds. It is clear that Yasser leads with a commitment to equity and justice. I'm very glad that you continue to call District 11 home. Thank you for all your work for creating positive change in the world. Thank you.
Supervisor Fielder.
Thanks, President Miniman. Yasser, there's so much to say, but I will just say that folks in the mission have appreciated your service anytime your shifts have been there in the past several years. You're always looking out for opportunities of solidarity, whether it's advocating for your coworkers, for better conditions, especially inspectors who are out on the street, in our vending ecosystem, whether it is the community itself and understanding, that our shared kind of humanity and vulnerability, especially in this moment, is also an opportunity for building bridges across cultures, across languages. I think that's been felt a lot in the mission in the Latino community by you. And, you know, it's hard to believe that you have the same 24 hours in the day, being a father and an organizer and a manager, and so much more, community advocate, an advocate for social justice. So this is truly our honor to recognize you, and thank you so much, Yasser.
Supervisor Walton.
Thank you, President Mandelman. And yes, sir, I just want to say one, congratulations on an honor well deserved. I think you are one of those leaders that don't walk around acting like you're the boss, but do everything in a manner with professionalism, respectful, but also very effective. And so I just want to say that I'm excited to see you get this honor this afternoon, particularly during this month. And I just want to continue to say that, one, you have my support always in the work that you do, but I want to make sure and hope that you continue to be the one that is out there on the front lines in leadership, because it's important to have someone who represents everything that you do in leadership roles. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Many congratulations, Yasser, and the floor is yours.
Such an honor. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Supervisor Mahmood, for considering me and giving me this honor to stand here with my community, with proud. It's been emotional. It's been roller coaster, what you described. And thank you very much, Supervisor Chance, Supervisor Fielder, Supervisor Walton, for your kind words. It means a lot. It means a lot for a person of color to get recognized, and especially when you have Muhammad in your name and you represent the immigrant community. So it really means a lot for me. And Supervisor Mahmood, thank you very much for all your work. And I remember when you called me, and I really felt honored. I really appreciate all your work you do out in the field for the community. My leadership from Local 21, Bianca Polwina, here with all our union champs, thank you very much. My department leadership is there with Carla Shard, and my supervisor and my co-workers are present here. My Muslim community leadership, Hala Hijazi and others, my South Asian community leadership. I really want to thank you, all of you, my friend commissioners from Immigrant Rights Commission, my Mission and Excelsior community leadership. Thank you very much. And my friends from College Board, School Board, thank you so very much. I really appreciate, and I really feel an honor to be here. It's also special as I'm getting this award from a person who looked like me. We eat same, and we have so many hobbies we exchange, and it's really an honor to being a first South Asian to be here today, to getting this award on this day with the resolution. So please, you all love our culture, our food, so love us too. And eat biryani with your hands, it tastes even better. Thank you, Zoran. Thank you for inclusion. Thank you for including me in this world when people exclude others. I assure everyone that I'll keep doing my work out in the field with the community as a public servant. I assure everyone that I'll be keep standing for vulnerable people in our marginalized communities. I assure that I'll be keep raising my voice for workers' rights. You will be keep seeing me outside and in all these three hats. And thank you really very much. I appreciate that.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to our 3 p.m. special order. Please call items 47 and 48 together.
Items 47 and 48 were scheduled pursuant to a resolution adopted on May 20th, 2025, which comprises the Board of Supervisors to convene in the setting as a committee of the whole for a public hearing to establish, renew, and expand the property-based business improvement district known as the Dog Patch and Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District. Item 48 orders the levy and collection of assessments against property located in that district for a term of 15 years through December 31st, 2040, and to make the appropriate findings.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The purpose of this committee of the whole is to hear testimony on the renewal and expansion of the property-based business improvement district known as the Dog Patch and Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District pursuant to the board's resolution of intention adopted May 20th, 2025. After the public hearing is closed, the Department of Elections will count all ballots submitted, including any additional ballots received during the business hearing today, and submit the tabulation to the board later in the meeting. Members of the public may view the ballot tabulation by the Department of Elections on the basement level of City Hall in room 59. If tabulation of the weighted ballots shows a majority protest, the Board of Supervisors will not approve establishment of the district or impose the assessments. If there is not a majority protest, then the board may vote to establish the district and impose the assessments. A majority protest will exist if the weighted ballots submitted in opposition to the establishment of the assessment district exceed the weighted ballots submitted in favor of the establishment of the assessment district. Ballots are weighted according to the proposed financial obligation of each affected property. After the hearing closes, the ballots will be counted. And I believe we have Esther Lee here from Public Works. Oh, but first we have Supervisor Walton.
Thank you so much, President Mandelman and colleagues. I just want to speak briefly about something that is very vital to what I believe our city as well as the Dog Patch and Potrero Hill community. This is the only green benefits district in all of San Francisco, I believe, and it's a model for how communities can lead the way in making our neighborhoods greener, cleaner, and more livable. For maintaining parks and sidewalks to planting trees and improving public spaces, the Dog Patch Green Benefit District has delivered real results led by the people who live there. In support of our climate goals, it improves quality of life and builds community from the ground up. At a time when we need more green infrastructure and equity in our neighborhoods, I am glad that we are working to protect and expand the work of what the GBD represents and, of course, not letting it go. So I just want to say I'm proud to support the GBD, and I hope that you all will support it as well. Thank you, President Mandelman.
Thank you, Supervisor Walton. And now, Esther Lee.
Thank you, President Mandelman, Supervisors, Madam Clerk. I am Esther Lee, Government Affairs Liaison with San Francisco Public Works. I'm joined today by James Cassiel, Public Works Community Programs Support Specialist and Liaison to the Green Benefit District. With me also is Sean Trotzen, Board President of the Dog Patch and Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District. As the oversight agency between the City and County of San Francisco and the Green Benefit District, Public Works employees partner with amazing staff, volunteer board of directors, and neighborhood volunteers to enhance open spaces, parks, and public right-of-ways in the Dog Patch and Northwest Potrero Hill neighborhoods. I'm very fortunate to have worked on the GBD renewal legislation and to be a resident of the Dog Patch, where my family, friends, and neighbors benefit from the beautiful open spaces, parks, landscaping, and the caring community created by the Green Benefit District. Many thanks to Supervisor Shimon Walton and the D10 legislative aides whose support of the GBD has been unwavering. Also, a lot of the heavy lifting for this renewal came from city employees working with us to navigate the nuances of managing a special benefit district that is governed by state and local laws. Much gratitude to City Attorney Manu Pradhan, Alice Law, Priscilla Tov from the Department of Elections, Christine McNary from the Assessor's Office, and James Whitaker from the Controller's Office. And of course, the clerks of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for keeping us on track with the many legislative deadlines and actions needed to arrive to today's hearing. I also want to give my heartfelt gratitude to the OEW team, Chris Corgus and Jackie Hazelwood, for paving the way for communities like Dog Patch and Northwest Potrero Hill GBD to create a path to prioritizing neighborhood-focused services like urban greening, landscape cleaning, safety, graffiti abatement, and the revitalization of open spaces through public-private partnerships that are CBDs and GBDs. Jackie and Chris, the OEW team, truly are the OGs of CBDs and GBDs. I'd like to ask Sean Trotzen, Board President of the Dog Patch and Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District, to come to the podium to present on the impact of the GBD and what in our neighborhoods. As she joins me, my last words of gratitude are to the GBD nonprofit. Thank you, GBD Board of Directors, for your leadership and vision, and thank you for not allowing Executive Director Donovan Lacey to change his annual vacation trip to be here in person. Trust is essential in a healthy and productive relationship between a board, an executive director, and the organization's effectiveness to achieve the organization's goals and mission. It's great to see that the organizational strength and demonstration. It's great to see that organizational strength and demonstrated with the GBD. I also want to thank Donovan Lacey for his tireless work on the GBD. If you've met him, he's like a solar-powered Energizer bunny. He never stops working. And I think we most likely owe his family an apology, because I can guarantee Donovan is live streaming this hearing right now instead of enjoying his family vacation. Jimmer and I will be available after Sean's presentation to answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon. I brought our presentation, so give me a moment while I pull it up. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Trotzen. I am the president of the board of the Dog Patch in Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District. Before we get started, I want to thank also a few people. First of all, thank you to the Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisor Walton. Thank you to the Department of Public Works, especially Esther and Jammer here today. And thank you to, of course, our neighbors in our community for the support over the past 10 years and the excitement as we hopefully enter into another 15 years. So this slide holds a lot. You'll see on the left-hand side a few examples of before and after photos of our projects. Our projects range from anything from small to large. The top one, you see what we've done with an overgrown sidewalk where weeds have taken over and how we've enhanced it. And then we also have some freeway overpasses and side lots to the freeways that we've been able to enhance. On the right side are a few stats that I'd like to highlight in part of the Green Benefit District, what we've been able to achieve in the past 10 years. When we were first founded about 10 years ago, there was only 2 acres of public green space in our neighborhood. With the GBD, we have more than tripled that amount of space to 7 acres. And how have we done that? What's our funding look like? Well, through our annual property assessments of about $5 million, we've been able to raise an additional $16 million through private donations, grants, et cetera. So that's about $21 million directly invested into our community by and through the Green Benefit District since our inception. Like I mentioned, we were established in 2016, about 10 years ago, and I'm here today to pursue another 15-year term to take us through 2040. As part of this renewal, we've decided to slightly increase our boundaries, which I'll touch on a little bit more in a later slide. But ultimately, I'm here because we want to continue the great work that we've done. And over the next several minutes, I'll take you through how we create, maintain, and enhance our public spaces, how we engage our community, and how we activate our parks. So, how do we engage our community? We consistently hold volunteer events. This includes planting days, which on the bottom two pictures, you can see that they are very well attended by our community. And then we also hold events with other neighborhood organizations. There's a lot of acronyms on there. Dogpatch Neighborhood Association, Potrero Boosters Neighborhood Association. And one of the events that we partner with DNA with, the Dogpatch Neighborhood Association, is our annual Halloween Slow Street. We call it a spooky stroll. We work on closing a couple blocks of our Slow Street and Dogpatch so kids can trick or treat and roam freely, and that's the bottom left photo there. And then another way that we activate our parks in these spaces that we create is through our annual Dogpatch music series. We are doing it again this fall. It's 4 separate days in the fall and another event closer to Earth Day in the spring, where we have a band, a live band. People come and enjoy these spaces that we've created, and that's that top left photo there. Local businesses come out. We have a few museums here in our neighborhood, and it's pretty well attended. Another major part of what we do in the Green Benefit District is maintenance. We work with a landscape maintenance contractor providing park and open space management. This includes weeding, pruning, watering, irrigation maintenance, etc., among other things. And then an often overlooked but important part of what we do is dog waste maintenance and providing doggy bags to our community in our parks. Fun fact, since the inception of the GBD, we have distributed over 58,000 doggy bags. It's about 160 a day if you do the math, and that is a lot of dog poop. Another aspect I want to talk to you about the Green Benefit District and what we do, we contract with another vendor, and part of what we do is remove litter, garbage, and make sure our parks and our places, our sidewalks are free of litter, they're clean, they're accessible, and our neighbors are able to use them. We spot clean furniture, we make sure everything is working, lighting, etc. And in doing this, we supplement DPW's efforts for cleaner spaces, for illegal dumping, for overflowing garbage cans. And then another aspect of what we do is graffiti abatement. Within 2 days of identifying graffiti in our neighborhood, we have it removed. And then on to the exciting part of what the Green Benefit District does. We, as part of the next 15 years, we just want to continue developing new projects. We have a very robust project pipeline. We have a long list, probably over 20 different projects, big and small, that we would like to continue working on. They could be anything from sidewalk gardens, new lighting, benches, they could be community gardens. And so that is why I'm here today. On this slide, I mentioned earlier, as part of this renewal, this new charter for 15 years, we are slightly expanding our boundaries. On the left side, in blue, you will see the existing dog patch boundary, and highlighted on the bottom left is the yellow, is the expansion boundary in dog patch. On the right side, the green is our existing Northwest Potrero Hill boundaries, and on the bottom in orange is our proposed expansion. Our renewal committee spent about 6 months discussing expansion. Do we want to expand? Should we expand? Is it sustainable? Is it viable? And most importantly, are we wanted there? Do our neighbors want us to expand into these areas? And that is how we ended up choosing these different parcels to expand into. This slide shows all of our different projects, parks. They range, again, from big or small. Some of these were existing more than 10 years ago, and Green Benefit District has come in and helped enhance them and maintain these projects. But really something I want to highlight in this slide is freeways. It is rarely looked at as a good thing, considered a good thing, when freeways run through your neighborhood. And in our area, we actually have 2 freeways. The great thing that the Green Benefit District has been able to achieve is turn that into a good thing. A lot of this land adjacent to the freeways is unable to be developed. And instead of making it a place to avoid, we have been able to create parks, create them spaces that people want to actually gather in, and make them feel welcome into our community. You'll see, just if you look at the freeways, just how many of our parks are directly adjacent to that. And of course, budget. This is a snapshot of this year's budget. You'll see our fiscal budget is about $900,000, 75% of which is spent on maintenance and capital improvements. So we try to spend as much as we possibly can directly into what our neighbors and our community can see in real time. And again, to tie it back into that first slide, this is our budget, our assessments. We take our assessment dollars and we try to typically triple that amount of money through grants and private donations. And finally, we wanted to show off some beautiful pictures of our parks and what we've been able to achieve over the past 10 years. But overall, you know, I'm here because I'm very proud to be part of the Green Benefit District and the work that's been done over the past 10 years. And I hope we get to continue our positive momentum for another 15. And I'm here to ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any colleagues in the queue, so I think that we can go to public comment, Madam Clerk.
Great.
Let's open public comment for this hearing. And every speaker will have 2 minutes. And this is not general public comment. This is just public comment on these two items, the Green Benefit District.
Well, hold on a minute. Is this public comment for the public or what? I want to know.
Jeffrey, this is public comment for the Green Benefit District only. Welcome to the first speaker.
This one? This one?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Demaney. I have lived in Dogpatch for nearly 30 years and have watched the community transform from 800 neighbors in 2000 climbing to over 6,000 today. Dogpatch welcomes growth and change, especially grassroots neighborhood-driven projects. We also recognize what it takes to bring together an extremely multicultural neighborhood made up of newborns, seniors, and everyone in between. The GBD ticks all these boxes. A unique homegrown green CBD combining green space, street activations, and community building, all administered by volunteer board members like me. We have accomplished much in the past 10 years. But with the still growing community and the GBD support, it is more important than ever before. We urge your support and renewal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's hear from our next speaker on the Green Benefit District.
Yeah, that's green. We didn't hear anything about growing food in the parks. Why? Okay, keep going. You know, you're just fulfilling the agenda of pedophiles. The more you wait, the more you become one. Huh? So watch out.
All right. So that the board does not endorse that comment, but let's hear from our next speaker, please.
Sure. Hi, my name's Susan Eslick. I've lived in Dogpatch for about 29 years. And I just want to say that the GBD is the most positive impact that has happened in our neighborhood the whole time I've lived there. And that's in addition to the T-line. So I just hope that you support this as we do. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Welcome to the next speaker.
Hello, I'm Richard Romero. I moved into the San Francisco area about 4 years ago. And one of the first things I did is I met with my supervisor, Walton, and asked him what organizations should I be involved with. And he gave me a list. And as a result of that, I learned about the Green Benefit District. And I was totally amazed that this concept of taking unusable space that has been neglected and turn into beautiful, usable space for people to enjoy is an incredible idea, and everyone should be doing it. I do want to say that the community in which the district serves have really taken a real good view of the accomplishments that these different unusable space have been transformed into. I would encourage you to go and visit some of these, and you would not believe how much of an impact it makes in the community. I have 4 grandchildren, and living in an area where there's development going on all the time, there isn't very many open green spaces for the kids to use. So I want to say that your support will mean a lot to our community, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
I guess I'm one of the older ones she represented when they take care of the little ones and the big ones and everybody. I'm going to talk to you about Northwest Potrero. In 1954, Caltrans divided Northwest Potrero into two by State Highway 101. Since then, the neighbors have had to deal with and work to improve the green spaces that previously held homes.
May I ask you to speak more directly into that microphone?
Okay.
Thank you.
Like that? Okay. Benches Garden and Plaza, Fallen Bridge Park, Vermont Gateway, Echo Patch, and the Potrero Gateway are open spaces on Caltrans property that were either created by or upgraded by the GBD since 2015. Those are some of the things you ought to see. We need to continue maintenance and to continue to improve these open spaces, particularly around the freeway. These areas are used by the community for pétanque, block parties, egg punts, and enjoying the beauty of the outdoors. In addition, the GBD takes care of adding trees to sidewalk gardens. The GBD is an elected board of directors. Decisions are made by voting at open meetings. Bringing democratic processes into the neighborhood provides a valuable local control. In summary, local funding, local governance, advocacy, and volunteerism, create a beautiful green open spaces in North Potrero, and that's what we'd like you to support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair Mandelman and Supervisors. My name is Rebecca Groves, and I'm a property owner in Dogpatch and a volunteer elected board member of the Green Benefit District. I'm here today to express my enthusiastic support for renewing the GBD for another 15-year term. I became a homeowner in Dogpatch 4 years ago after having rented for many years in the Mission. When my daughter started preschool in 2020, we biked her to school in Dogpatch and found an incredibly warm and vibrant family neighborhood scene at the Woods Yard Park on 22nd Street, a park created and cared for by the GBD. We were lucky enough to spend the pandemic socializing daily outside with other families because the GBD had created and continued to maintain this leafy green park and playgrounds where the kids and parents all wanted to gather together. Now I am fortunate enough to own a home on Minnesota Street, just up the street from Woods Yard Park. The sidewalk on our street is planted with California natives, courtesy of the GBD. I'm so thankful that we have the opportunity to directly support the services of the GBD to ensure that our neighborhood green spaces are well-designed, properly maintained, and activated with community events that our whole family enjoys. I know that our assessment dollars improve not only our daily quality of life outdoors in our community and the success of our local businesses, but also the opportunities and thriving of the district as a whole. Thank you for supporting the renewal of the GBD. I hope that its success can serve as a model for other neighborhoods in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker on the Green Benefit District.
President Mandelman, Supervisors, I'm J.R. Epler, President of the Potrero Boosters Neighborhood Association. I want to underline a little bit further the question of why a GBD to begin with. We've talked about the freeways and the Caltrans rights-of-way that surround them. We're also a neighborhood, this is endemic to the southeast sector of the city, that's post-industrial and has post-industrial infrastructure that's historically been underinvested in. We have Caltrain and the Caltrain rights-of-way, and we have a plethora of unaccepted streets, paper streets, and unaccepted city rights-of-way. Put together, this is a recipe for blight. And about a decade ago, things were not looking very good, hence a green benefit district. And in the intervening 10 years, the Green Benefit District has worked with transparency and flexibility. I've lived in the benefit district. I've never been on the board. I currently don't live in the benefit district, but I do know that it has worked well with other neighborhood groups, that it's been willing to take on new challenges and new projects in collaboration with the broader community. And so now we have these improvements. Those improvements need maintenance. There's still more work to be done because those freeways, those unaccepted streets, they haven't gone away, and we need to continue to chip away at those marginal uses and make them amenities for the community. So I'm asking you to please renew the Green Benefit District for another 15 years so that we can continue the good work that the Benefit District has done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, this is the last call for any speakers on the Green Benefit District. All right, seeing none, Mr. President.
All right, public comment is now closed, and the hearing has been held and is now filed. The ballots will be tabulated, and we will return to item number 48 after the Department of Elections reports the results. Members may provide additional comments at that time, but before we consider the resolution to establish, Madam Clerk, let's go back to item 42.
Item 42 was referred without recommendation from the Land Use and Transportation Committee. It's a resolution to oppose California State Senate Bill number 79, Housing Development, Transit-Oriented Development, introduced by Senator Scott Wiener, unless amended to give local governments adequate ability to formulate local plans through its local legislative process.
Supervisor Chan.
Thank you, President Mandelman, colleagues. I do actually want to first thank the Land Use Committee for actually, sending this to full board so that we can have this discussion here today. So for that, I am grateful to have this opportunity to allow this to be voted on. I want to say that this is, I want to start with how that this is personal for me, and then I'll go into a little bit of the policy discussion here around SB 79. Again, this is not to oppose 79, however ultimately is, but it's really to oppose it as it currently written. And one flashing point that I want to raise for you is really the demolition of rent control units. I came to San Francisco's Chinatown when I was 13 years old. Grew up in that space because it was a rent control unit. And today, here I am. I went to public school and be able to thrive and take roots and raise my own family in San Francisco. I would contribute that to the fact that I had a stable home in Chinatown. And because a home that my mother, a single mom, raising 2 teenage kids, could afford. And then, fast forward to 2021, when my mother had cancer, and that, she was staying in UCSF Parnassus campus. It were her last days, and we had to identify in a hospice, but we couldn't find a space where either we could afford or that be able to timely move her in there. What happened in her last days was we were able to return in the very same apartment that she raised me, rent control units that we could afford for her to stay there for her last days before she passed. She passed in a space where she raised me and my brother. She lived and worked there. She worked on Powell Street for Unlock, serving seniors, and of course Chinese Hospital before that. She was able to dedicate her life and her community building, and even in her last days, in the space that she loved and cared for. All this, I personally contributed to a rent control unit. A rent control unit for a family like mine, a single family immigrants, first generation immigrant units, a family can actually stay and thrive and grow today. And so for SB 79, been through all the committee, and thanks to Chair Malgar, trying to really figure out some consensus and urging amendments through committee, both at the Housing Committee that, Assembly Assembly Member Matt Haney chaired, was representing us and the local government committee and the State Assembly again, yet there was no consensus that could actually to either carve out San Francisco or to really figure out a way, so that we can actually implement our local control for demolition protection. What has left us is that the allowance for a statewide demolition of any structure with 2 rent control units or less. That's not good enough for San Francisco. I can understand maybe other jurisdictions have different situation, and I can understand that that it's different in Atherton, different in other counties that is wealthier, but that's not the case for San Francisco. And as a policymaker in San Francisco, I have to fight for San Francisco, but I'm not just fighting for San Francisco, I'm fighting for every individual that live in that rent control unit, be it a senior and be it an immigrant family, or maybe not even an immigrant family, but maybe an artist and a musician, that they are able to live in San Francisco and thrive today is because there's a rent control units for them. So with that, colleagues, I hope to have your support. I do believe that this is a moment that, seeing our future, where we're heading, this is a question again, and I appreciate all my colleagues, and because we all represent such a diversity and different district, but this is a moment is who are we building for? Who's gonna get to stay in our city and thrive? And for me, since 1990 here in San Francisco as a 13-year-old and to today as a policymaker, I hope that, that a family like mine can still be here and thrive 30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now. And so I do hope to have your support. And one thing I also want to highlight for you is that with SB 79 as it currently stands, there is no mechanism. There's absolutely no state mechanism that allow us to actually implement on a local level to really have a tenant and small business protection. There's no support from the state level, be it, again, legislative tools or funding sources for us to do so. And for that, I just don't think that I can support SB 79 as it currently is, and that I hope to have your support that we will oppose 79 unless amended. Thank you.
Chair Melgar.
Thank you so much, President Mandelman. So thank you, Supervisor Chan, for the robust discussion at the Land Use Committee where we hosted you for this item. This item came out of the Land Use Committee without recommendation so that we could have this conversation here. I agree with Supervisor Chan about the protection of rent-controlled units in buildings of 2 units or less. And I also think this is a question of strategy. I am not ready to support a legislation opposing SB 79 today, as we still have 6 more weeks where this legislation can be amended. In the past month and a half, I have been working with both Assembly Member Haney and Senator Wiener on amendments to SB 79, and even though we're not quite there yet, on 2 issues, on the issue of rent control in buildings of 2 units or less, and also on the clear language, on better, clearer language, which is not currently SB 79, when it comes to priority equity geographies. So as of right now, we actually have been able to get quite a bit in both the Housing Committee, the Local Government Committee, and the Transportation Committee in SB 79. Again, working with Assemblymember Haney in Wiener and with a coalition of folks in LA and in Berkeley. So I think this is the way the process is supposed to work. So we're not quite there yet, but I'm not ready to oppose it today as we are still making progress. That being said, I think that it is something that I invite all of you who have interest in land use to look at and to weigh in. These folks in Sacramento represent us. Overall, this is a legislation that will cover all of California. What it is meant to do is to guide development around transit sites, high transit sites, rail, and BRT sites. And so it is something that I think we all agree should happen in California, Millbrae, Brisbane, Fresno, all of these cities around California that need to develop housing should do so around public transportation and not around freeways and not around the ways that we have in the past led our development to be car-centric. It is supporting our climate change goals and also supporting ridership in our public transportation systems, which we all, I think, agree should happen. Now, how it interposes with our housing element is the question, and we're still working out the language and the details. And while I support the two foundational elements of our housing element, which are the preservation of rent-controlled housing and the preservation of priority equity geographies, and the language in SB 79 could be clearer around both. I am not ready to say today that I oppose it unless amended. Thank you.
Supervisor Mahmood.
Colleagues, I wish to speak in support of Senator Wiener's SB 79, and as Supervisor Melgar mentioned, I do respect Supervisor Chan and my colleagues who support this resolution, which is why we were happy to pass it out of committee so everyone at the full board could have a discussion and respect that we may not always agree. But I just wanted to center the conversation around what does SB 79 do? And as Supervisor Melgar mentioned, it is the positive direction to allow for more homes to be built in the parts of the state where we need to be building, which is near major transit stations. The legislation specifically allows for buildings up to 75 feet tall near BART and Caltrain stations and allows for transit agencies to be more easily develop their own land. This will help support the transit systems that San Francisco relies on in this difficult fiscal environment by providing a long-term source of reliable revenue. It's also important to recognize how SB 79 was written and what it does not do. Due to amendments in the process that both Assemblymember Haney and Senator Wiener worked on together, it is my understanding that there's additional restrictions on demolition in this legislation, which are some of the strongest in state law. It also doesn't override local tenant protections or local affordability requirements, meaning new homes will be for current and future San Franciscans at all income levels and not just at the high end. The revenue generated by inclusionary housing fees will help invigorate our affordable housing pipeline as well. Lastly, the option in the legislation for local governments to create a local alternative plan will allow the planning department an opportunity to ensure the increased in zone capacity fits into the city's land use context and is in sync with our ongoing housing element rezoning. So again, firmly, I do believe that growth near transit is an essential part of our vision for an equitable and environmentally sustainable urban San Francisco. And for that reason, I am still supporting SB 79 and will be voting no on this resolution.
Supervisor Slaughter.
Yes, colleagues, thank you for this discussion. I will also be supporting SB 79 and rejecting this resolution. You know, in these chambers, we often speak about wanting to create more affordable housing, finding solutions to transit funding, and doing our part to fight climate change. So along comes a bill that addresses all three of these critical priorities, and yet here we are considering opposing it. If we decide to oppose this legislation as a city, I believe we stand contrary to all of our stated aspirations. I believe that transit-oriented development is one of the best tools we have to meet the housing, transit, and climate needs of our city. Because when people live near where they work, it helps strengthen our communities, boost transit ridership, and protect the environment. Our transit systems are indeed in an extreme funding crisis that we are all well aware of. And this legislation would give transit agencies greater ability to build on the land that they own, which would provide desperately needed revenue streams for our systems while producing housing for our communities on underutilized land. For the past 15 years, I have lived in a rent-controlled housing in San Francisco, and I'm currently raising my family in a rent-controlled apartment that we love. So I understand the concerns and uncertainty that many of us have about new development and how it might impact our homes and neighborhoods. I also understand that we're going through a complex, significant rezoning process that will provide our neighborhoods with capacity to add more housing in the coming years. But let's be clear, fighting new housing does not make our city more affordable. Fighting new housing only helps one group, landlords, because no one wins in a housing shortage more than they do. The resolution before us asks to oppose unless amended. SB 79 has had significant amendments since this resolution was first introduced. These amendments address many concerns around affordability requirements and how this law would interact with our local rezoning process. To be very clear, the legislation contains affordability and demolition protections. It has been amended to include a higher affordability requirement than currently exists in the state density bonus law. I firmly believe we can build new housing in resource and transit-rich neighborhoods while protecting tenants in the neighborhoods we love. SB 79, especially through these recent amendments, balances all of these needs. And so for these reasons, I will be voting against the resolution, which I believe to be contrary to our housing, transit, and climate goals. Thank you.
Supervisor Chan. Oh, Supervisor Chen.
Thank you, colleagues. I am a co-sponsor, so I want to echo that. I also believe that policy that incentivizes transit-oriented development can be beneficial as they reduce commutes, lower carbon emissions, and reduce reliance on cars. However, I also believe that our policies must be tailored. We can incentivize development in areas that can absorb it without causing harms, such as areas with robust existing infrastructure and less displacement risk. For neighborhood-facing displacement, we must prioritize anti-displacement strategy, robust tenant protection, and protection for our stock of rent-control housing, and significantly investing in truly affordable housing. So otherwise, San Francisco will not continue to be affordable for working family, which my district, it's heavily working family who are continue to hoping to raise their family in San Francisco and also retire and stay with dignity and safety in San Francisco. So I oppose any of the policies that would likely to push our family and business that have built the fabric of this community for generations. Thank you.
Supervisor Chan.
Thank you. And again, colleagues, thank you so much for your comment today. I want to also say this. I think even at land use, when it was at land use committee, I welcome any feedback and amendment. And the goal is to say that what is it that we would like to, what is it that if we have no consensus about what we'd like to see in SB 79 to be amended, what are the amendments that we would like to see so that we can be fully on board with 79? So I just first wanted to say that I welcome that amendment to say what can 79 to do better, and I will support it. I think that what it's really before us today is it's not just SB 79, it's also what we're going to see in the mayor's proposal when it's upzoning the entire city. And it's layers of both state legislation, housing elements, the mandate, layering the 79, layering what is upcoming on a local upzoning plan. That is where I'm heading, to think about it in a big picture. What does that mean actually for the small business and the tenants and aging homeowners in San Francisco, and what does it do actually to them, to us? And I think that today, if we ceded the space to say, go ahead, allowing the demolition of even just one rent control unit in San Francisco without any type of commitment to also tenants protection and small business, it becomes the floor. 79 will become the floor for upzoning. It will not, it's not a ceiling. It becomes a floor for upzoning for San Francisco for the upcoming upzoning plan discussion that we will have to face this fall. So I don't think that the floor, I do not find that acceptable as a floor. I am, of course, urging for your support, but I know where we're heading today. And for this reason, I do actually, again, want to thank Land Use Committee for allowing this vote to take place today. Thank you.
Supervisor Sherrill.
Thank you, President Mandelman. I will not repeat in full the remarks of my colleagues, Supervisors Sauter, Mahmood, and Melgar, but I believe it's important to note that SB 79 has some of the state's strongest anti-demolition protections of any law, and it doesn't override local protections, including ones that we may continue to consider as a part of this housing element over the next several months. I also want to note that this has been recently amended to provide the ability for local governments to exempt themselves through, frankly, pretty low threshold alternatives. But even more so, I think it's incredibly important to note, as Supervisor Melgar alluded to, that affordability must be a regional and, frankly, a statewide approach, and it cannot be done without robust transportation networks. And if we are going to reach affordability as a city, we need to do it with our regional partners, we need to do it with our state partners, and that means having dense housing near transit. We cannot rely on affordability on our own, no matter how much housing we build, if the counties around us don't also.
Mahmood, no. Supervisor Mandelman?
No.
Mandelman, no. Supervisor Melgar? Melgar, no. Supervisor Sauter? Sauter, no. Supervisor Sherrill? Sherrill, no. Supervisor Walton?
Yes.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan? Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen? Chen, aye. There are 4 ayes and 7 noes, with Supervisors Dorsey, Engardio, Mahmood, Mandelman, Melgar, Sauter, and Sherrill voting no.
The resolution is not adopted. Madam Clerk, please call items 43 to 45 together.
Items 43 through 45 are 3 resolutions that pertain to liquor licenses. Item 43 determines that the issuance of a Type 42 on-sale beer and wine liquor license to SBL Living Asset 2018 LLC, doing business as Blue Stream Gallery and Wines, located at 555 Grant Avenue, will serve the public convenience. Item 44 determines that the issuance of a Type 90 on-sale general music venue, beer, wine, and distilled spirits liquor license to International Art Museum of America, located at 1025 Market Street, will serve the public convenience. And item 45, this resolution determines that the person-to-person, premise-to-premise transfer of a Type 21 off-sale general beer, wine, and distilled spirits liquor license to Barbary Coast Merchants, LLC, doing business as Amador Liquors and Wines, located at 550 Montgomery Street, will serve the public convenience, and requesting that the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control impose conditions on the issuance of each license.
Please call the roll.
On items 43 through 45, Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio? Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder? Aye. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood? Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman?
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar? Melgar, absent. Supervisor Sauter? Aye. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill? Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton?
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan? Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen? Chen, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The resolutions are adopted. Madam Clerk, please call item 46.
Item 46, this is a motion to approve the mayor's nomination for the appointment of Lindsay McLeese to the Building Inspection Commission for a term ending July 1st, 2026.
All right, I think we can take that same house, same call. The resolution is adopted, or the motion is approved. Madam Clerk, I think we have committee reports next.
Yes, items 49 through 63 were considered by the Government Audit and Oversight Committee on Thursday, July 17th, and were recommended as committee reports. Mr. President, would you like me to read all settlements?
Sure.
49 through 63?
Okay.
Item 49, this is an ordinance to authorize settlement of the lawsuit filed by Pattern as Proof, Inc. against the city for $69,500. This lawsuit involves petitioner's allegation that the San Francisco District Attorney's Office violated the California Public Records Act. Item 50, this is an ordinance to authorize settlement of the lawsuit filed by Mary Trammell against the city and county for $230,000. This lawsuit involves an employment dispute. Item 51. This authorizes the service of an offer to compromise in the lawsuit filed by Renee Owens against the city and county for up to $650,000. This lawsuit involves alleged wrongful death on a city sidewalk. Item 52, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Thomas Whelan and Eleanor Whelan against the city and county for $530,000. This lawsuit involves alleged property damage arising from a flood. Item 53, this ordinance authorizes a partial settlement of the lawsuit filed by Ralph Bauer against the city and county for $400,000 involving personal injury on a city street. Item 54, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Ryan Blaylock by and through guardian ad litem Halima Quinn against the city and county for $100,000. This lawsuit involves alleged personal injury on a city sidewalk. Item 55, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Rachel Tsukiyama against the city for $95,000. This lawsuit involves alleged personal injury from a vehicle collision. Item 56, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Mary Feller and Gordon Feller against the city and county for $250,000 involving alleged personal injury on a city sidewalk. Item 57, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by the Archdiocese of San Francisco Parish and School Juridic Persons Real Property Support Corporation against the city and county for $248,000. This lawsuit involves alleged property damage and economic losses arising from flooding caused by a water transmission pipeline break. Item 58, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Frank Mufara against the city and county for $65,000 involving alleged personal injury arising from a fall on a city sidewalk. Item 59, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by United Layer LLC against the city and county for $850,000. The lawsuit involves allegations of breach of contract arising from disputed additional costs associated with a co-location agreement whereby the city received certain data center services. Item 60, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Jada Nevaeh Williams against the city and county for $80,000 involving an alleged personal injury from a vehicle collision involving officers from the San Francisco Police Department. Item 61, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Michael Rivas, Herman Rivas, Lillian Rivas, Heba Williams, Paul Williams, Yul Hayun Yoon, Jeremy Jacot, Stanley Chow, and Harold Hong against the city and county for $650,000 involving alleged property damage to 4 homes located on LeConte Avenue in San Francisco from flooding on December 31st, 2022. Item 62, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by Sherelle Whitfield against the city and county for $50,000 involving an alleged personal injury on a city sidewalk. And item 63, this ordinance authorizes settlement of the lawsuit filed by 2121 Pine Street SF LLC et al. Against the city and county for $300,000. This lawsuit involves a claim for refund of transfer taxes, penalties, and interest.
Please call the roll.
Supervisor Chan.
Sorry, Supervisor Chan.
Thank you, President Mandelman. Colleagues, through discussion with City Attorney, I want to make sure that I disclose, particularly around item 57, the settlements lawsuit with the Archdiocese of San Francisco Parish and School, that my son attend an affiliated school under the Archdiocese of San Francisco Parish and School.
Thank you, Supervisor Chan. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On items 49 through 63, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the ordinances are passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 64.
Item 64 was considered by the Land Use and Transportation Committee on Monday, July 21st, and was recommended as a committee report. Item 64, this is an ordinance to amend the Planning Code to provide conditions for repair and relocation of existing non-complying structures within required yards, grant unpermitted residential structures within yards that were constructed before 2003 non-complying status, and to allow accessory structures up to 10 feet in height and 120 square feet within required yards, to amend the building code to exempt accessory structures up to 120 square feet from building permits, and to affirm the CEQA determination, and to make the appropriate findings.
All right, let's take this item same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 65.
I will first state that items 65 through 67 were considered by the Rules Committee on Monday, July 21st, and were recommended as committee reports. Specific to item 65, this is an ordinance to amend the Administrative Code to add the San Francisco Firefighter and EMS Behavioral Health Foundation to the list of organizations to which city officers and employees may make donations by payroll deduction.
And let's take that same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 66.
Yes, item 66 was recommended as a committee report bearing a new title. The language that was struck in committee was just to remove in the first sentence Chapter 14B. It now reads, item 66 now reads, ordinance waiving the competitive solicitation requirements under Chapter 21 of the Administrative Code for the Police Department's procurement of equipment, technology, and services to support the department's real-time investigation center using gift funds received from the San Francisco Police Community Foundation.
And I think we can take that. Nope, that's a roll call.
All right, on item 66, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton.
No.
Walton, no. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Walton voting no.
The ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, please call item 67.
Item 67 was recommended as a committee report, also with a new title, similarly striking the language Chapter 14B. Item 67 now reads, ordinance waiving the competitive solicitation requirements under Chapter 21 of the Administrative Code for the Police Department's procurement of equipment, technology, and services for the Regional Vehicle Interdiction Desk using grant funds from the United States Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 67, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton.
No.
Walton, no. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Walton voting no.
And the ordinance is passed on first reading. Madam Clerk, let's go to roll call for introductions.
Dorsey, you are first up to introduce new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, I have a resolution and an in memoriam today. First, I'm introducing a resolution to initiate the landmarking process for the Mint Mall, an invaluable neighborhood asset for the Soma and Filipino communities. Built in 1916 as a residential hotel, the Mint Mall transferred to full Filipino ownership in the 1980s. Since then, a large population of Filipino residents has resided in the apartments in the upper residential floors of the building, known as Mint Hall, and supported by a host of Filipino small businesses and nonprofits below in the Mint Mall. Notable Filipino businesses and nonprofits, past and present, included Archipelago Books, Teatro Ang Tanan, and New Filipinos Restaurant, now called JT Restaurant, which, as I have said previously in this chambers, puts my Irish ancestors to shame for the world's best beef stew. I would be remiss not also to mention Addie's Barber and Beauty Shop, where I often get my haircut. Many of these businesses and nonprofits are among those that successfully fought against their eviction from the Mint Mall with the help of community organizers under the Mint Mall Organizing Committee. The Mint Mall is more than just the businesses and residences that make up the building. It is the beating heart and center of gravity of San Francisco's Filipino community, and it's often the first stop for new immigrants from the Philippines. At JT Restaurant, you can not only get a delicious home-cooked meal, there you can also get the support and guidance from Tita Tess, a de facto social worker and community matriarch who lends a loving hand to anyone who needs it. And as a fellow parishioner from St. Patrick's, Tess has also been a knowledgeable spiritual advisor to me whenever I need to know which saint to light a candle to for which desired outcome. The Senior Center across the hall offers community health services and a welcoming place for our community's elders. It's also a host for significant cultural events like the annual Pasko sa Soma and the first parole-making workshops for the Parole Lantern Festival. This landmarking effort furthers the goals of the Soma Pilipinas Cultural History, Housing, and Economic Sustainability Strategy Report, or CHESS report. This report was adopted by the city in 2022, and one of the key strategies is to landmark buildings in Soma that have cultural and historic significance to the Filipino community. To build on this and to expand efforts to implement the CHESS report, Soma Pilipinas and SOMCAN worked with the Planning Department to create the CHESS Affordable Housing Implementation Plan, which identified the Mint Mall as a building to be explored for historic landmarking. In line with SOMCAN and Soma Pilipino's push for greater Filipino language access in the city, this landmarking report will also be the first to be written bilingually in English and Filipino. There are many individuals who played a role in this thorough research and community engagement that I would like to thank. Moses Corrett from the Planning Department, from SOMCAN, Angelica Cabande, Zachary Frial, and Wilfred Galila. From Soma Pilipinas, Raquel Rodon-Diaz and David Wu, and from the many community members who were interviewed, Jeannie Batalones, Tess Diaz, Alan Manalo, MC Conlas, Esther and Nix Giri, Pablo Gravidar, and Lorenzo Listana. I look forward to working with the Planning Department and the community to advance this landmarking process. Second, and finally, I would like to ask that we adjourn today's meeting to honor the memory of Dan Dillon, a beloved San Franciscan, dedicated civic leader, and a longtime presence in our city's public affairs community, who passed away earlier this month. Dan brought his Southern charm to San Francisco in the mid-1990s, and over the last 3 decades became one of the most respected and admired figures in our civic landscape. Dan was a trusted advisor and tenacious advocate, particularly on permitting, building regulations, and the issues that impact our city's hospitality and events sectors. He has a deep understanding of how the city works, and maybe more importantly, how it could work better. Dan's impact extended far beyond City Hall. He played a critical role in bringing world-class golf tournaments to San Francisco, including the 2020 PGA Championship to Harding Park, one of the rare major championships held at a municipal course. His leadership roles with the PGA Tour, USGA, and the Olympic Club, where he served as president, reflected his lifelong passion for sports, for community, and for bringing people together. More than for his resume, however, Dan was known for his warmth, his humor, and the genuine joy he brought to every room he entered. He was a kind, jovial, and deeply loyal person for the city and to those he loved. Dan leaves behind his beloved wife, Kara. On behalf of a grateful city, I know we extend our deepest condolences to her, to his family and friends, and to all who had the privilege of working with Dan over the years. Rest in peace, Dan Dillon, and may his memory be a blessing. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Supervisor Engardio?
Colleagues, today I'm requesting a hearing to learn more about the root cause of low levels of traffic enforcement across our city. First, I want to acknowledge the leadership of 2 of my colleagues on this issue, including Board President Mandelman over the past 2 years and Supervisor Melgar's leadership on Vision Zero. I want to acknowledge the significant and meaningful steps to improve street safety over the past decade by the SFMTA in collaboration with other city departments. But their changes cannot stop fatalities on their own. Without consistent and visible enforcement to encourage behavioral change, even the best preventative infrastructure will fall short of its intended goals. In 2014, San Francisco set an ambitious goal to eliminate traffic fatalities in 20 years. But last year, we reported one of the highest number of traffic fatalities. At the same time, traffic citations have dropped by 95% the past decade. This decrease in enforcement enables many drivers to skirt traffic laws, putting pedestrians, cyclists, and other road users at serious risk. That's why I'm calling for a hearing to examine the root cause of our declining traffic enforcement and its connection to public safety. We need a clear picture of how the police department's traffic company operates today, how resources are allocated, and what plans are in place to rebuild this critical function within our police department. Thanks again, President Mandelman, for your willingness to collaborate on this issue. I'm also introducing a resolution urging the City Services Auditor work with San Francisco Public Works to develop objective and measurable standards for streetscape projects, open spaces, and planted medians. 15 years ago, San Francisco adopted the Better Streets Plan, a cohesive vision to ensure we designed our streets for vibrancy. From street trees to seating and decorative elements to beautiful landscaping, these streetscape projects help coordinate millions of city investments into communities. These investments also help promote economic development and community identity and commercial corridors throughout the city. We have hundreds of acres of city-managed public open spaces, naturalized areas, planted medians, and landscaped assets. These spaces provide many benefits to our residents, offering shade, retaining stormwater, and reducing air pollution. Yet all too often, a winter storm or a vehicle crash takes out several trees on a streetscape project, or an irrigation system fails. Suddenly, everything we invested in public landscaping and infrastructure looks neglected and in need of repair. It doesn't have to be this way. We have some of the most talented and skillful workers anywhere in the country. I know we can maintain the beautiful things we build. As policymakers, our challenge is understanding what resources Public Works needs to keep our streetscapes green and well-maintained. This resolution is a first step. It asks the city to create objective measures and maintenance standards for our streetscapes and landscaped areas. Thank you, colleagues, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Engardio. Supervisor Fielder.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today I'm introducing a resolution in support of the Golden State Valkyries and their efforts, along with the Women's National Basketball Players Association, to secure a fair collective bargaining agreement and equal compensation for WNBA athletes. The Valkyries are the newest franchise in the WNBA, and their debut season, they've already broken records with 10 straight sold-out games at Chase Center and hundreds of thousands of fans tuning in. They're not just a team, they're a movement that women's professional sports are commercially viable, culturally powerful, and here to stay. Despite this undeniable success, WNBA players still earn just a fraction of their NBA counterparts. Many are forced to play overseas in the off-season, risking injury and even their safety just to make ends meet. These athletes are doing everything right, showing up, filling stadiums, selling out jerseys, and yet they're still being underpaid. Last year, the WNBPA exercised its right to opt out of the current bargaining agreement, and this year, players across the league, including the Valkyries, made their demands visible and undeniable by wearing shirts at the All-Star game reading, quote, "Pay us what you owe us." This resolution reaffirms San Francisco's long-standing leadership on gender equity and labor rights. It's about backing up our values with action, supporting athletes who are demanding what every worker deserves, a fair contract that reflects their contributions and their worth. The Valkyries' presence in San Francisco is more than a franchise. It's a cultural institution in the making. It's a beacon to young women and girls, especially in the Bay Area, who can now see themselves reflected on a professional stage. But visibility is not enough. Representation must be matched by equity. I want to thank early co-sponsors on this resolution, Supervisors Mahmood, Dorsey, Chen, Melgar, and Walton. I want to thank the players of the Valkyries and the WNBPA for their leadership and courage.
This fight is bigger than basketball. This is about labor justice, gender equity, and the future of professional sports. I urge my colleagues to stand with our home team, with women athletes, and with everyone who believes that equal work deserves equal pay. Let's send a message loud and clear: pay them what they're owed. I also want to introduce a resolution today to designate August 2nd, 2025 as Pete Escovedo Day, in honor of the Bay Area legendary percussionist and renowned visual artist who helped uplift Latin jazz on the West Coast. Mentored by Tito Puente and invited on tour with his Northern Coke by Santana, Pete was honored with a Latin Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award in 2021 alongside his daughter Sheila E. Pete Escovedo, turned 90 years old last month and is still going strong. Pete has been playing music and painting since he was in his early teens growing up in Oakland, and he has created a body of work in both genres that is awe-inspiring. He also grew up playing at the Mission Cultural Center for Latino Arts, drumming at events from the start of MCCLA's history in the 1970s to this day. Pete's work is celebrated right now at the Mission Cultural Center with a comprehensive and multidisciplinary art and music exhibit that runs through August 2nd, 2025, the day of the closing ceremony. I encourage you all to go and see the bold, textured paintings, a replica of his drum set, videos of his music in action, and memorabilia from his storied career before the exhibit closes. I want to thank Martina Ayala from MCCLA and early co-sponsors Supervisors Melgar and Walton. I especially want to thank Mr. Pete Escovedo for his contributions to music, art, and culture in the Bay Area, San Francisco, and especially District 9. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Fielder. Supervisor Mahmood.
Colleagues, today it is my honor to introduce, for the first time ever in the City and County of San Francisco, a resolution declaring July 18th to August 17th as South Asian American Heritage Month. San Francisco is home to a vibrant and growing South Asian community, including both recent immigrants and multi-generational South Asian Americans with ancestral roots in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, each contributing meaningfully to the city's civic, cultural, and economic fabric. The presence of South Asian immigrants and South Asian Americans in San Francisco precedes the gold rush, making significant contributions to San Francisco through their leadership and work in small business, technology, education, and so many other sectors. Today, members of the South Asian community live and work across our city, contributing to our economic vitality through small businesses, restaurants, family-run stores, professional services, and innovation-driven industries, while enriching the cultural and civic fabric of San Francisco. The South Asian community has also faced significant challenges, including exclusion under early U.S. immigration laws, racial and religious discrimination, surveillance, and xenophobia, most notably in the early 1900s and the onslaught of structural Islamophobia and broad racist sentiment following the attacks of September 11th, which defined an entire era of our history, as well as ongoing anti-Sikh and anti-Hindu discrimination that have impacted South Asian communities across lines of faith and identity, yet has continued to organize, build coalitions, and fight for equity, justice, and full civic inclusion. South Asians in San Francisco have been at the forefront of advocacy for immigrant rights, gender equality, LGBTQIA+ representation, workers' protections, amongst many other issues. So colleagues, I hope you'll join me in recognizing South Asian American Heritage Month, celebrating their contributions, visibility, and lived experiences of so many South Asian residents in San Francisco. I hope you'll join us with the Mayor's Proclamation tomorrow as well, tomorrow afternoon. And lastly, I want to thank Kudrat Chaudhry from the Immigrant Rights Commission for her help in sponsoring and writing this resolution, and for her work tomorrow as well at the Mayor's Proclamation. Second, colleagues, I am requesting a hearing to investigate the conditions of a reentry facility at 111 Taylor and the ongoing role of its operator, ICE contractor, and private prison corporation, Geo Group, in San Francisco following the death of Melvin Bulawan while in the facility's care. It's heartbreaking to hear what the Bulawan family has experienced. No child should have to lose a parent under such circumstances. And it takes great courage and strength to turn pain into action and advocacy, and I hope to get answers. At last week's Reentry Council meeting, we heard of the tragic death of an immigrant and San Francisco resident, Melvin Bulawan, under the care of the halfway house Taylor Street facility. Mr. Bulawan's children spoke out to demand justice at last week's Reentry Council, recounting receiving calls from their father in distress, stating he would rather be back in prison than at this facility. And shortly after, he was found dead, deceased on the streets of the Tenderloin. After identifying their father's body, the family contacted their father's parole officer at Geo Group, who claimed that they had no knowledge that he had left their facilities. This follows escalating concerns raised by community members during public comment at the Board of Appeals of neglect, abuse, and civil rights violations at the reentry facility located at 111 Taylor in the Tenderloin. For context, the facility at 111 Taylor is operated by Geo Group, a multi-billion-dollar private prison group holding billions of dollars in contracts with ICE across the country. And the 111 Taylor site is of historic significance to the queer community as the birth of the trans resistance during the Compton cafeteria riot, but unfortunately has been operated by Geo Group as a halfway house since acquiring the site in 1989. Given the alarming concerns raised by residents, the purpose of this hearing will be to ask questions regarding living conditions at the facility and investigate reports of civil rights violations. Lastly, as such, in honor of Melvin Bulawan, I'd like to adjourn our meeting in his memory and memoriam. Before coming to America, Melvin spent his early years in the Philippines, where his energy, joy, and fearless spirit were impossible to miss. As a little boy, he was full of life, mischievous in the most lovable way. He was always getting into trouble, not out of defiance, but simply because he followed whatever brought him joy, running barefoot with friends, climbing trees in the province, and exploring every corner of his world. Melvin wore his scrapes and bruises like trophies. Covered in sweat and dirt, he would come home beaming as if he had played until the sun came up. He often joked that he learned how to run from trying to avoid getting castigated. True to his nature, he was a kinkoy, a natural jokester who loved making people laugh. That joy, that sense of freedom and fun remained a part of him even as he grew older. After many years of waiting, his mother, Mele, made it back to the Philippines after establishing residency in the United States. At just 11 years old, Melvin began a new chapter of life right here in San Francisco. He attended Potrero Hill Middle School, where he adjusted to a new country with determination and graduated with his high school diploma from Galileo High School. Despite the challenges, he kept his warmth, his humility, and his gift for connecting with others. He was active, energetic, and full of laughter, with a quiet strength that left a lasting impression. He made friends easily and always found ways to bring joy to those around him. He gave generously of himself, not only through the things he provided, but through the person he was. He showed up, he remembered birthdays and favorite meals, he offered advice when needed and comfort when words fell short. Even during hard times, his children never questioned whether he loved them. His presence was constant and his devotion unwavering. Melvin was their first place, their safe space, their biggest supporter, and their greatest teacher in the lessons that mattered most: love, endurance, humility, and joy. May his memory forever be a blessing, and I want to acknowledge that I believe his family is here as well. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Mahmood. Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have an in memoriam and 3 pieces of legislation. I will try not to talk too much. I am today honoring the life of Maureen Dowling, a remarkable San Franciscan and proud immigrant from Ireland who passed away this week. Born in 1925 in Ireland, Maureen lived a life of courage, service, and grace. At the age of 17, during the height of World War II, she boarded a ship bound for London, where she worked for years as a nurse, caring for wounded sailors and civilians during some of history's darkest days. After the war, she returned home to Ireland, where she met Patrick Dowling, a fellow adventurer from her village. The two married and began their journey to America, settling first in Eureka Valley, and then made their home in Ingleside Terraces, where they raised 6 children and became active in St. Stephen's Parish. Maureen was a devoted mother who encouraged her children to be independent and pursue their dreams. She was a founding member of the United Irish Cultural Center and the Patrick Dowling Library, leaving a legacy of community and cultural pride that will endure many generations. She's survived by her daughters Cecilia, Patricia, Eileen, Kathleen, and Colleen, 9 grandchildren, 5 great-grandchildren, and 2 great-great-grandchildren. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors in the City and County of San Francisco, we'd like to express our deepest condolences to the Dowling family. May she rest in peace. Colleagues, earlier this spring, I shared drafting a request to provide a proactive plan for the pending rezoning package that is introduced by the mayor to this board. We will be considering it in the fall to meet our obligations and commitments in the housing element. I am today introducing the first part of a rezoning response and readiness package. As one of the supervisors who represents the West Side, which comprises most of this newly rezoned area, it's important to me that we protect existing rent-controlled units while we encourage smart development of housing to meet the different needs of residents across the spectrum, and I believe we can do both. We need a range of options I'm so sorry, I'm just having computer problems here. We need a range of options to meet the different housing requirements that our residents need. For a large part of our history, we have not focused on adding new units on the West Side, affordable or otherwise. And it is now the time to be creative in serving the different needs of different households. The first piece of legislation that I'm bringing forward is an expansion of the options under an inclusionary ordinance for the well-resourced neighborhoods, so that developers have different ways to meet that obligation. Developers will be able to choose between including the required below market rate units within their development, paying the inclusionary fee, or dedicating land, just like we have in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. Another option also will be to make all of the units in their building subject to rent control from the get-go. I believe we need to expand the tools to bring rental housing to the West Side, as well as address the real problem that our rent control stock is diminishing over time. We have an opportunity to potentially create new rent-controlled units, which will help us sustain affordability over time. The other key to making this plan work is finding ways to add to our affordable housing stock and the financing. For too long, we have relied on tax credits and inclusionary fees from market rate developments, which are subject to the whims of the market. What happens is that the production of units is counter-cyclical. When we have good times in the market, those fees are being paid into the fund, but then land becomes really expensive, and nonprofit developers have to compete with for-profit developers for the acquisition of land. We need new financing tools that are counter-cyclical so that we can capture some of the new value of the rezoned properties to benefit building for affordable housing. I'm introducing a resolution to express interest in the formation of an enhanced infrastructure financing district for well-resourced neighborhoods for affordable housing creation that encompasses the rezoned areas. This is a long-term strategy that will use the incremental increases of future property taxes from these rezoned properties to reinvest in affordable housing and other infrastructure needs. There are a lot of questions about this approach. We've never done it before, and it is time to be creative. This resolution requests the Controller and the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, as well as the Mayor's Office of Housing, to provide recommendations for us this fall to crunch the numbers and to explore options with us so that we can explore this financing tool towards our collective goal. Lastly, I am introducing legislation to establish a small business rezoning construction relief fund and program so that we can be proactive about the potential relocation and or construction impacts when rezoning projects come to fruition. This came from a study I requested from the budget and legislative analyst a year and a half ago now that recommended a more targeted approach to prepare for any effects caused by development. I want to thank Director Katie Tang and her team for their input and the small business advocates who have actively called for more support. Again, this is one of the many pieces that we are developing, as well as tools to prevent the wholesale displacement of our beloved small businesses. We need our state legislature to provide more protections and support as well. Thank you, colleagues, for listening to this package, and I expect a robust discussion when the time comes so we can collectively develop our response. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Sutter. Submit. Thank you, Supervisor Sherrill. Submit. Thank you, Supervisor Walton. Submit. Thank you, Supervisor Chan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, I know there's no debate when we say that local businesses are the backbone of our economy. This board has time and again found ways to support our small businesses through programs like First Year Free, the Legacy Business and Neighborhood Anchoring Business Registry, and we dedicate our resources and support to recognize them and support them. Local business are community spaces as much as they are places of commerce and services. We support them because they have great products and services, but we all know it, especially for those of us that are fortunate enough to have neighborhood commercial corridors, we know that it is all about the people that operates them and make it work. But even as we recover from pandemic, we know that many of our businesses and workers are facing uncertainty from the pressure with tariffs to the upcoming local upzoning plan. So to provide support to our businesses and workers, I'm announcing two pieces of legislation today as a package that I hope that we can support our local businesses and workers together. The first is for an ordinance to extend existing interim zoning control into a permanent ordinance, which would require conditional use authorization whenever a new business attempt to displace a legacy business. And I also hope to expand it into a neighborhood anchoring business. These mom and pop shops make San Franciscan neighborhoods unique and are why San Franciscans have so much pride in the neighborhoods that we live. So much so that sometimes becomes a competition. Indeed, we know it. Yet, due to state law prevention, which broadly defines commercial rent control, the small business community continues to face ongoing uncertainty and the threat of displacement, often at the whim of rapidly rising rent, especially as the market anticipates further real estate speculation. Now, we all know, though, when a business is facing a transition, the workers are part of the equation. They should be part of the equation. They face the same challenges as the business owners when they're trying to transition their business as well. So the second piece of legislation I would like to introduce is the Workers' Opportunity to Purchase Act, to create a pathway for existing workers to purchase a business as a cooperative when the owner intends to sell. This legislative tool will help continue to support business and workers as they find ways to transition their future. We want to empower our workers to have a collaborative conversation and with their business owners. When a business closes, the neighborhood loses a treasured institution, and workers also suffer. The Workers' Opportunity to Purchase Act will support longtime business owners with a succession plan support workers, and empower them to become entrepreneurs, and stabilize our beloved neighborhoods, commercial corridors. Again, these are legislative tools that we want to provide business and workers and really keep them where they're at so that they can continue to thrive. And I hope to have your support, colleagues, when they come before you this year. And the rest I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chan. Supervisor Chen. Submit. Thank you. And Mr. President, roll call. Last for the best. Best for last.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a couple of resolutions and an in memoriam, and if it is all right with Supervisor Dorsey, I would ask to be added to his in memoriam for Dan Dillon as well. All right, my first resolution, colleagues. As you may recall, back in 2023, District 6 Supervisor Matt Dorsey authored a resolution declaring July 28th and 29th Taylor Swift weekend in San Francisco because Miss Swift was performing in Santa Clara. Now, tonight, the one and only Lady Gaga will be bringing her critically acclaimed Mayhem Ball Tour to San Francisco's Chase Center, where she will be joined by thousands of little monsters, including a few of my legislative aides, as she performs her new hits, Abracadabra, Vanish Into You, and How Bad Do You Want Me? It has been pointed out that it would be a great wrong for this body, having chosen to recognize Ms. Swift for her Santa Clara performances, not at the very least similarly to recognize Gaga on the occasion of her San Francisco performances. The resolution I'm introducing today will avoid that wrong by recognizing July 22nd, 2025 as Lady Gaga Day in the city and county of San Francisco. I want to thank Gaga for bringing the art of personal chaos and mayhem to San Francisco, and I want to thank little monster Calvin Ho for insisting that this body get this right. Also, colleagues, I'm introducing a resolution to recognize August 4th through August 8th, 2025 as National Health Center Week in San Francisco. Formed in 1982, the San Francisco Community Clinic Consortium is a shining example of the community health center legacy. Born out of the civil rights movement of the 1960s, these centers seek to serve the underserved at a cost they can afford. Today, the clinic consortium is composed of 12 member clinics that tailor their services to meet the unique needs of the community in which they are located. San Francisco's community health centers have delivered culturally appropriate care and improved linguistic access to more than 10% of the city's population. For their patients, these centers are often their only access to primary care. The resolution acknowledges San Francisco's health centers and their ongoing efforts to deliver individualized medical care to those who might not otherwise have it, even in increasingly challenging times. I want to thank Dina Lon of the San Francisco Community Clinic Consortium for working with us on this resolution, as well as Supervisors Walton, Melgar, Sherrill, Chan, Chen, and Gardio, Dorsey, and Sauter for their co-sponsorship. And I want to thank Brad Phelps in my office for his work on this introduction. And lastly, I'm requesting that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Christopher Charles Brignetti, who died earlier this month, far too soon, at the age of 54. Christopher was born and raised in San Francisco to Margine and Lou Brignetti, who reside in Noe Valley. Chris attended Sacred Heart High School, San Francisco State University, and graduated from UC Santa Cruz with a Bachelor of Arts degree in English Literature. A San Francisco kid who grew up riding public transit and his bicycle, he was always in motion and loved running, sailing, and biking. Chris co-founded the Twin Peaks Cycling Club and loved coaching others, willing and eager to spread his knowledge and love for the sport. He also rode with the Miller Creek Middle School Mountain Biking Club and was a coach of the Terra Linda High School Mountain Biking Club. Chris and his wife Sarah were strong supporters of the Marin Safe Routes to Schools program, which teaches safe bicycling and pedestrian safety skills to more than 29,000 students, and their daughter Lucia was the Safe Routes to Schools Bike Champion of the Year. Beyond his passion for cycling, Chris was more generally someone who lived his life helping others. His work in audiology and as a hearing device specialist came naturally from his ability to listen, understand, and help those in need. He was outgoing, optimistic, hilarious, kind, and quick to make new friends. He's survived by his wife and life partner of 30 years, Sarah Winarski, and their daughters, Lucia and Ginger. Rest in peace, Chris Brignetti. May your memory be a blessing. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the beginning of your comments, did you ask for an item to be on behalf of the full board or added?
I just asked to be added to Dan Dillon's.
Added to Dan Dillon.
Yeah.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no other names on the roster, that concludes the introduction of new business.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we can go back to item 48.
Yes, and just for those of you who are new into the chamber, item 48 is again before the board to be considered. This establishes, renews, and expands the dog patch in Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District.
And Madam Clerk, can you read the results of the election?
Yes, the returned weighted ballots voting for the dog patch and Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District was 60.91%, and the return weighted ballots voting against the dog patch and Northwest Potrero Hill Green Benefit District was 39.09%, further indicating there is no majority protest.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So as there is no majority protest, can you please call the roll on item 48?
On item 48, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar.
Aye.
Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the resolution is adopted. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to public comment.
Yes, at this time, the board welcomes your public comment. Please line up on your right-hand side of the chamber along the curtains. You may speak to the minutes as presented. The for adoption without committee reference items 70 through 77 and other general matters that are not on today's published agenda but must be within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All other agenda content will have been reported out to the board by an appropriate committee where the public comment requirement occurred. Just a special note to those of you who are here to speak. If you wish to speak during a general public comment, you cannot speak on the budget items, items 5 through 25, nor on item 26, which is the large and commercial vehicle parking restrictions as the public time frame for both items has expired. You will be redirected and we'll move on to the next speaker if you continue. So we are setting the timer for 2 minutes. If you would look at the podium, your timer is on the podium and you can see where you're at in your 2 minutes. Let's hear from our first speaker. Welcome.
Oh, yes, you bet. Okay, so I don't know about behind me, but you guilty. You just spent another beating about the bush to let the pedophiles in the control of the government sacrifice, rape, or torture a few more kids here. Huh? That's what you did here, right now, live. Okay, now, that's why I don't talk to you. You know what my orders from the skies are, is to change the course of humanity with the precedent set here in San Francisco incidents. Okay, so now we can't achieve that without this buck revolution I introduced late January, which consists to reuniting us human beings with our fellow creatures, all of them, every species, and plants, you know, living species. That's a big one. Now, in order to do that, we need to define who is a pedophile or not. Now, we know for a fact, because the evidence just has been clear enough, quite recently, from Washington, D.C., we don't care that there is a ring of pedophile controlling you here. So now, if you play their game, you become a pedophile. You understand? So you don't want to do that, I think, because otherwise, no mercy. Huh? The skies will give you no mercy, because pedophilic activities is the only crime, you see, that you can commit without any attenuating circumstance. You either are a pedophile or you are not. That's it. So law enforcement, now, you guys here, if you don't understand that this is addressed to you as well, no mercy. Understand? Number one, you don't comply with what you are told to do. You see? First stage. Then we see how we speak up and we call out these pedophiles. Clear enough?
Have a good day.
All right, let's hear from our next speaker, please. Welcome, Jeffrey Ahman.
Mr. Mandelman, this was outside.
Jeffrey, you have to address the board as a whole. This is a meeting of the Board of
this is actually
Supervisors.
because this was outside Mr. Mandelman's office by Harvey Milk. An injury to one is an injury to all. Now, the last Board of Supervisors, President of the Board of Supervisors, Aaron Peskin, he said there would be a ceasefire. I want the whole board to vote on that right now because they need food and the Israelis are killing them regardless. So I want a full board to vote on that right now. And if you can't, then Mr. Mandelman must step down. And that's how I see it, because he was against it when Aaron Peskin and Matt Dorsey and Stephanie's in the Assembly. And that's what I like to see happen right now. Do you understand? All of you. All. And if you can't do it now, then Mr. Mandelman should consider stepping down, and that's how I see it. Do you understand that, Angela Kavia? Do you understand that?
Jeffrey, this is your turn to tell the board your feelings. Keep going. You have 56
No, I
seconds.
want the full board to vote on this right now. Can you cooperate with me? What's funny about it?
Jeff, it doesn't work that way. Please continue. You have 40 seconds left.
If you can't abide by my desire, then I think Mr. Mandelman should step down.
Thank you for your comments. Let's hear from our next speaker. Welcome.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dakota Rose. I am co-founder of a local nonprofit called Transvisible. Director of marketing there as well, and I'm also a reentry and restorative justice consult. And I sit on the reentry subcommittee as well in the city. I was compelled to come in and speak today on behalf of the trans community and all the atrocities that are occurring at 111 Taylor, which is a GeoCorp ran housing and detained facility, small prison in our community. About 3 years ago, upon my release from prison, I was actually in 111 Taylor, and I witnessed quite a significant amount of dysfunction, to say the least. One in particular was May 29th, 2023, where a mental health patient cloaked under parolee was sent there, and I witnessed this man walk out of the care of the GeoCorp, remanded by the State Department of California Corrections, and he walked into Chinatown and stabbed a woman. That's one of many incidents that have occurred at this facility. And in my position here in this community, as trans and an activist, I urge City Council to consider trans and/or queer proprietorship of 111 Taylor, also known as the Compton Cafeteria. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's welcome the next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Wilder Zeiser, and I'm here today on behalf of the Compton's Coalition and in solidarity with the family of Melvin Bouillon. Thank you, Supervisor Mahmood, for introducing the hearing and adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Melvin. I wanted to empower the entire board to stand with our community in demanding accountability from Geo Group at your hearing this fall. Melvin died after being placed at 111 Taylor Street, a facility operated by Geo Group, the world's largest private prison corporation. Before his passing, Melvin told his children that he'd rather be back in prison than remain at that so-called reentry center. Geo Group claims to provide housing and services, but time and time again they provide neglect, surveillance, and harm. Community members and formerly incarcerated people have testified to the prison-like conditions, racist mistreatment, extortion, sexual misconduct, and sexual and physical violence at 111 Taylor Street. Yet this city has continued to allow them to operate on a site of deep historical meaning to the transgender community. The Compton's Cafeteria riot was the first well-documented uprising of trans people taking a stand against police violence. We cannot allow a corporation like Geo Group to profit off of our pain. Their business is in incarceration, not care. Their contracts with ICE, CDCR, and the FBOP exposed San Francisco to backdoor immigration enforcement and civil rights violations in our sanctuary city. It is long past time for a full public investigation, and it is time to shut them down. We support this subpoena. We support the hearing, and we ask the board to take real steps toward ending GEO Group's presence in San Francisco so that our community can secure 111 Taylor for community use rooted in justice and in healing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Should I start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mahana Zibadi, and I'm deeply honored to stand before you today as the first and only Afghan American legislative aide in the city and county of San Francisco. I'm here on behalf of Item 74. Last year, San Francisco made history by passing its first resolution recognizing August as Afghan American Heritage Month. Today, I'm proud to return with a renewed resolution for August 2025, marking the second time our city formally honors the contributions of Afghan Americans. This continued recognition reflects San Francisco's evolving commitment to inclusion and justice, and I want to sincerely thank all 11 supervisors who co-sponsored this resolution. A heartfelt gratitude to my supervisor, Supervisor Matt Dorsey, whose steadfast commitment and unwavering support have been a beacon of hope and solidarity for my community. As a proud member of the Afghan diaspora, I've seen firsthand the strength and brilliance that Afghans bring to this city, from business owners to public servants, to healthcare workers, to lawyers. Afghan Americans are an integral part of San Francisco's fabric, rooted not just in survival, but in contributions, innovations, and care. This resolution is not just ceremonial, it's personal. It's for the parents who've laid the foundation for a brighter future. It's for the refugees who came driven by resilience and a hope for a better future. And it's for the Afghan Americans who have lived here for decades without ever seeing themselves reflected in the decisions that are made in this dome. This is more than a symbolic gesture. It's a reaffirmation of belonging. It's a recognition that representation transforms not only how we are seen, but what can become possible. Thank you once again to this amazing board, and here's to having an amazing Afghan American Heritage Month.
Thank you, Mahana Zabadi, for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Kudrat Dutta Kontilis, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the San Francisco Immigrant Rights Commission, and I'm the first South Asian to be appointed to it. I'm speaking today in my personal capacity in strong support of the South Asian American Heritage Month resolution. As an immigrant from India, today feels exceptionally personal. For so many of us, our identities have lived quietly in the food we share, the way we eat our food, the immigrant journeys we have had, the languages we speak at home, the holidays we celebrate behind closed doors. But rarely have they been seen, named, or affirmed by the San Francisco government. This resolution begins to change that. It tells the South Asian community that you belong in the story of San Francisco, not just socially or economically, but civically. I've had the privilege of working with Supervisor Mahmood and his team on this effort, and I know firsthand how deeply meaningful this is to the South Asians of this city. It opens the door to city-sponsored cultural programming, language access for our elders, and visibility for young people who have never seen their heritage reflected at the city level. Resolutions like this shape precedent. They're not just symbolic. They define who gets remembered, whose experiences matter, and who is invited into the future we're all building together. Thank you so much, Supervisor Mahmood, for introducing this resolution. I urge you all to pass this resolution unanimously. Let this be more than a milestone. Let it be the start of a deeper partnership between San Francisco and its South Asian residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chowdhury, for your comments. Welcome.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Hope Williams. I am a District 8 resident and Director of Legislative Advocacy for the Sustainable Economies Law Center. I'd like to thank Supervisor Chan, Tuttle Law Group, SEIU UHW, UFCW Local 5, and Benji Kaplan, shop steward for Green Apple Books, for co-developing the Worker Opportunity to Purchase Act with the Law Center. I'm speaking today in strong support of the proposed ordinance, which would give workers the first opportunity to purchase when the business goes up for sale. When a beloved local business is put up for sale, the employees, the people who know how it runs, who've built relationships with customers, and who've contributed their labor for years, should have the first opportunity to carry it forward. This ordinance gives workers a real shot at ownership. This ordinance gives them the tools to do just that, and it creates a pathway for worker cooperatives, provides critical legal and financial support, and ensures that if a business has a union, those rights remain protected. It honors the contributions of longtime business owners by preserving their legacy, and it helps keep San Francisco's commercial corridors rooted in people, not just profits. This ordinance is a community-centered approach to preventing speculation, asset stripping, and displacement in our neighborhoods. This is about economic democracy. It's about building wealth from the bottom up, and it's about making sure workers and neighborhoods have a voice in what happens when ownership changes hands. Please support this vital legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams, for your comments. Welcome to the next speaker.
Hello, esteemed supervisors. My name is Musa Tarek with CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, and we want to express our strong support for the resolution recognizing South Asian American Heritage Month in San Francisco. I want to start on a personal note. I was born in Pakistan, coming to the United States as a first-generation immigrant. Over the years, my family established our roots in our life here, and since 2010, we have resided here in the San Francisco Bay Area proudly. This recognition is especially meaningful as a child of Pakistani immigrant parents who made a great many sacrifices to provide my brothers and I a life here. I wouldn't be here speaking to you all today without their strength, love, guidance, and values. This is a story shared by many of my South Asian American brothers, sisters, and siblings, and I stand before you today as a proud Pakistani American. San Francisco has long been a beacon for immigrant communities. South Asian American immigrants in particular have planted their roots in San Francisco for over a century. Tomorrow you have the chance to become the first major U.S. city to officially honor the rich cultural, political, and economic impact of the South Asian American community. This includes Muslim, Dalit, Sikh, Tamil, Bengali, Nepali, Indo-Caribbean, and other voices who are too often erased even within South Asian spaces. We are immensely grateful to you, Supervisor Mahmood, and Commissioner Kudrat Kontilis Chaudhry for leading this effort, especially in a time where our South Asian communities are facing increased fear, hate, discrimination, and erasure. I urge the board to unanimously support this resolution tomorrow and celebrate the immense contributions of the South Asian American community in San Francisco and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And sir, that item was just newly introduced this afternoon, so it's not going to be approved until next week. Please, welcome.
Hi, my name is Benji Kaplan. I work at Green Apple Books, a legacy business based in District 1 and has other locations around the city. We are unionized with UFCW Local 5, and I'm a District 1 resident and also helped draft the Workers' Opportunity to Purchase Act. So thank you, Supervisor Chan, for bringing the proposal forward. At Green Apple, we've been fortunate to have only one transfer of ownership since the store opened in 1967. The current owners are former employees who've been good stewards of what is more than a store, more than a neighborhood institution, an arts hub, more than a must-visit tourist destination, but also the home of 36 working-class residents of San Francisco, including me. Not every small business has such a vibrant legacy to protect, but all have workers who know, care about, and are their respective businesses. This act offers a protection from the speculation, the asset stripping, and the displacement that threatens communities when a small business closes. Workers like me can pool our resources and buy the businesses we've helped build. Small business owners like ours have the community at heart, but when property values rise or ownership changes, workers can be left behind. Their neighborhoods risk losing their soul. This is a powerful intervention. It gives workers, not outside investors, the first chance to purchase and own these businesses. With legal and financial support plus strong protections for union workers, the Workers' Opportunity to Purchase Act is a practical and principled response to a real crisis, and I urge you to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Diya Harsoor, and I'm a resident of District 9 and one of so many South Asian Americans here in the Bay Area. My family's from India. I'm here to thank you for recognizing South Asian American Heritage Month in San Francisco. South Asian culture has shaped the Bay Area for decades, at least since our classical music and spiritual practices arrived in the 1960s. Yet it has taken over 60 years to finally have our very first South Asian supervisor here in San Francisco, Supervisor Bilal Mahmood, who we have to thank for this resolution. As an Indian American, I feel our subgroup inhabits a complex and little understood space in the country. We're held up as a model minority, a designation that pits us against other communities of color in a civilization built on $45 trillion worth of wealth stolen from our motherlands over centuries of colonial rule. We are rated the wealthiest subgroup in the U.S., which should really be seen as a testament to the brutal and inequitable filtering process by which Indians are allowed to become Americans. Most come here on H-1B skilled worker visas. Before they were working 60 to 70 hours to keep their Silicon Valley tech jobs, as losing it would put them on a timer for deportation. They were among millions of Indian students fighting to be top of their class in a competitive system that perpetuates its own deep-rooted systemic inequalities. Meanwhile, economic refugees and those facing caste and religious discrimination are plentiful among those who seek American citizenship, yet they're just a small fraction of Indians allowed into this country. By supporting this resolution, you affirm that South Asian American stories and contributions are integral to our city. Not just our music, but also our voices. Not just our food, but also our histories. Not just our work, but also the well-being and the well-being of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon. I am Paula Eisner, a transactional attorney specializing in cooperatives. My law firm, Tuttle Law Group, is based here in San Francisco. As somebody who helped draft the Workers' Opportunity to Purchase Act, I thank Supervisor Chen for bringing this forward. WOPA gives workers the right to purchase their businesses at market value before sale to third parties, creates new opportunities for majority groups of workers to purchase their businesses, and incentivizes cooperative conversions. WOPA builds on FSF's COPA, the Community to Purchase Act, as well as existing California cooperative law. WOPA isn't just good public policy. WOPA will be a game changer, stabilizing communities' employment and the city's tax base. WOPA's tax base stabilization effects may make WOPA a revenue-generating ordinance. We have an opportunity to take action to protect the city's economy at a crucial historic moment. A generation of small business owners are retiring, and speculative buyers with no ties to the city exert outsized influence on the city's workers, economy, and culture. Extractive practices such as asset stripping threaten workers and the city. Right now, owners can sell a business for parts without consideration for the workers or the role that business has in the city. WOCA offers another path for the city where workers have the notice, financial disclosure, and enforceable rights to purchase the businesses they've helped build before they are sold to third parties. WOPA's cooperative conversion incentives and technical support will facilitate all transitions to cooperative employee ownership, empowering workers, saving city jobs, and allowing owners to retire with dignity, knowing their legacy is in good hands. Thank you to Supervisor Chan for bringing this proposal forward, and I urge you all to support this proposal to keep ownership local. I yield my time and also support Justice for Melvin. I'm tragic to hear that this was done for profit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Joy George, and I intern with the Sustainable Economies Law Center. I am here to strongly support the Workers' Opportunity to Purchase Act, a proposed ordinance that was drafted by my team and I. And in gratitude, I thank Supervisor Chan for bringing this forward. San Francisco is a city that aspires to be a landing place for innovation, creativity, and community. However, at a time where many of the city's revitalization efforts are centered on attracting new businesses, the workers of many small businesses that currently operate in the city face increasing insecurity because the small business landscape is shifting fast. Longtime owners are retiring, and too often their legacy is lost to chain takeovers or speculative buyers with no ties to the community. This harms not only San Franciscans who lose pieces of their cultural and economic fabric, but it makes it harder for workers who run the city to stay in the city. I am in support of WOPA because I believe that supporting worker self-determination is common sense policy. Giving workers the opportunity to organize themselves, raise capital, and buy their workplaces is exactly the type of innovation needed to keep San Franciscans in San Francisco. This ordinance reinforces a vision of neighborhood stabilization, where storefronts don't flip every few years and working class communities can remain rooted. It ensures that land use and economic development move together to preserve local character. WOPA also supports business succession planning in a meaningful way. It lets small businesses, their owners retire with dignity, knowing their life's work will continue in the hands of people they trust, their workers. I urge you to consider this ordinance seriously because economic resilience should be a top priority for this board. Worker-owned businesses are more stable, more equitable, and more invested in the neighborhoods they serve. WOPA is a tool to strengthen San Francisco's economy from the bottom up. Your leadership on this matter is welcomed, and I know will shape San Francisco's future for the better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Nadia Rahman. I am a District 1 resident, and I am here to comment on the South Asian Heritage Month resolution. Thank you to Supervisor Mahmood for introducing the resolution and to Kudrat Dutta Kontilis for working on this effort with his office over the past few months. As someone of this heritage, it is frustrating that South Asians are often flattened into tech-exclusive archetypes of the engineer or the C-suite executive here in San Francisco. We are so much more than that, and South Asian history within San Francisco is deep and rich in variation. So I thought I would come here and share some South Asian SF history that you may not know about. 1, during World War II, Gujarati hotel workers demonstrated solidarity with their Japanese employers at the time the US government turned against its own citizens and held them in internment camps. Those workers became caretakers of the businesses until their employers returned home. 2, the Hindustan Ghadar Party, a revolutionary anti-colonial movement in the early 1900s, focused on liberating South Asia from British rule, had a number of meeting places throughout San Francisco and printed its newsletter right here on Valencia Street. And 3, Tricone, a nonprofit representing LGBTQIA+ people of South Asian descent, was founded in San Francisco in 1986 and is the oldest group of its kind in the world. And that's just scratching the surface. We are activists and artists, doctors and healers, workers, restaurateurs, small business owners, and much, much more, who are a core part of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Andrew Jason De Leon. I am Melvin Bulawan's eldest child and only son. I have worked in our city in community-based programs to support systems-involved families like mine. I've seen firsthand the beauty and the joy that happens when we center community healing, love, and support. July 14th was our father's birthday, but his final words will haunt me forever. On July 13th, he was unraveling after being transferred from the state hospital in the Atascadero to the privately run 111 Taylor Street facility run by Geo Group. He called us, his voice cracking, breath shallow. "I'm anxious," he said. "I'm scared," he said. "I'd rather go back to jail than stay here." He sounded like a man cornered, like someone drowning with no hand reaching back. I called the 111 Taylor facility 3 times, begging for a wellness check. They hung up on me 3 times before I was able to complete a sentence. Around 3:30 a.m. the next day, my dad was found dead on the pavement near 225 Taylor, just 1 block from the building where he said he was too afraid to sleep. Not only do we have to grieve our father's death, we must now seek answers on his behalf. I find it hard to sleep. Food has lost its flavor. Music now sounds muted. How I understand the public good is based around a San Francisco that is rooted not only in trauma-informed systems, but healing-centered support. Around the idea that programs are meant to affirm the innate human dignity that exists within us all. The program at 111 Taylor is incongruent with this idea of the public good. It is my deepest hope that in the interest of the public good, that the moral arc of San Francisco will bend toward justice. And as we continue to raise public consciousness around the suffering at those living at 111 Taylor, that in due time, the space be transformed to one that centers community healing, love, and support. Our communities deserve better, our families deserve better, our dad deserved better. Thank you, Supervisor Mahmood. Justice to Melvin.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Hello to the members of San Francisco Board of Supervisors. My name is Annika May Bilawan. I am one of Melvin Bilawan's children. Today, I just want to speak about who my dad was as a person. Not as a statistic, not as a man with a record, not as someone who fell through the cracks of the system, but as my father and as a human being. My dad was someone who loved deeply, even if he didn't always know how to show it, the way the world expected him to. He was funny, he was gentle when he wanted to be, and he had a childlike spirit that would shine through, especially when he was with us, his kids. He wasn't perfect, but he was present. He showed up in the small ways that mattered. When we were little, he would take us around San Francisco, such as to places like Chinatown and Yerba Buena. He was trying to give us the memories he never had growing up. I remember him trying to teach me how to shoot free throws at the park, or even waking up early for morning jogs together. He didn't have much, but he gave what he could, his time, his stories, his smile. He battled things most people didn't see, bipolar disorder, depression, schizophrenia. But even with all of that, he tried to protect us from it. He smiled when he was hurting. He called us when he was incarcerated just to say hi or to check in. His voice was comfort. He made mistakes, yes, but he never gave up on being a father. He never walked away from us. He stayed in our lives. He kept calling, kept caring, kept trying. He was brave even when he was scared. And though he carried so much pain, he carried it quietly because he didn't want it to touch us. That was my dad, not a perfect man, but a man who loved his children and tried every single day to be better than what the world told him he was. And that will always mean something to me. I would also like to share a voicemail I got from when he was incarcerated.
Ma'am.
I just want to say good morning, I guess, or whenever you check these messages, I want to say hi. I love you. I'm checking up on you. Bye.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome to our next speaker, please. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Milana Isabella Bilawan. I'm the youngest daughter of Melvin Bilawan. Around last year, on July 24th, 2024, a few days before my birthday, my dad sent me a letter. I was about to turn 17. It read, "Hi, Milana. Hi. I'm missing your birthday again, so I'm writing you this letter so I have proof or you have proofs that I didn't forget. I wanted to do something like in the letter, like write you a poem because I remember that you liked me making you things. I tried to think of one and nothing's coming out right now. Maybe I'm just not good at it or I'm not trying hard enough. So I stopped trying to accomplish that. Maybe later I'll write one in your other birthdays. I did think of something that you might like by chance if you let me do it. We'll talk details later when I get out, but I'm told it might be sooner than I thought. Happy 17th birthday, Milana, just in case I don't get the chance to greet you on the day. I love you, Daddy." That was the last birthday letter that I will ever get from him. He believed he was getting out soon. He had hope. He was planning something, not just a gift, but a chance to finally show up in person. To be more than a voice on the phone or words on a paper, he just wanted to be my dad again. Now, my birthday is coming up this week. This time, I'm turning 18. Adulthood.
A milestone he should have been here for, what we both hoped he'd see. I think about what could have been if 111 Taylor had done what it claimed to do. If they treated him like someone fighting for his kids, not someone to check off a list. If they actually helped him heal instead of letting him slip through the cracks. Maybe he'd be here. Maybe we'd be planning something together for our birthdays. Maybe I wouldn't be standing here with nothing but his handwriting and memory of a promise he'll never... Hello? Okay. He never got the chance to keep. He wanted to do something for me when he got out. He never got the chance. I still have the...
Ma'am, thank you for sharing your thoughts. The board will convey their condolences to your family at the conclusion of this meeting today. Okay, thank you. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon. First, I just wanted to say how brave those children were to speak up here. And I wanted to support them in that. My name is Dr. Dan Cabela. I'm here on behalf of Compton's X Coalition. I'm also a public health scientist and scholar, and also a survivor of a father who died when I was about 7 years old to similar conditions that were happening at 111 Taylor that motivated me to do the work that I do. So Ruth Wilson Gilmore reminds us, where life is precious, life is precious. That's not just a moral ideal, that's a material measure of how our systems operate and who they are built to protect or discard. Over the last several weeks, we have heard repeated complaints about overcrowding, exploitation, and the unsafe, dehumanizing conditions at 111 Taylor. These warnings were not hypothetical, they were urgent, and now Melvin Boulon is dead. Melvin was a young 44 years old. He had been working towards sobriety. He had survived incarceration, psychiatric confinement, and was trying to rebuild. His family said that he did not want to return to the Tenderloin, but he was placed at 111 Taylor, a site operated by Geo Group, a corporation with long, violent record of profiting from incarceration and immigration detention. We may not know yet if Geo Group's specific procedures directly caused Melvin's death, but we know this. He was made vulnerable by a system that treats certain lives as disposable. The fact that a man can come out of prison, ask to be placed in a certain environment, and be sent there anyway, only to die within days, should make us all ashamed. And it should also compel us to act. Subpoenas are a start, but we need more than oversight. We need divestment from carceral housing and investment in community-led care, housing, and healing. Melvin's life was precious. Let's act like it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Leah McGeever. I live in D6. Please forgive me if I can't finish this. Melvin didn't even survive a month at 111 Taylor. Your policies on mental health, substance use disorder, and people in crisis are killing people, and they killed Melvin. The board and mayors have only been escalating carceral policies. They're not working. If they were, Melvin would be alive today, and he should be. We spent our lives watching our dad cycle through incarceration and untreated addiction in this city. One of his children said, his death is not an isolated tragedy, but part of a larger pattern of institutional failure. That's the end of the quote. The Geo Group people running 111 Taylor Street continue to hang up on Melvin's family's calls because Geo Group has never faced consequences for their crimes against humanity. And if you think I'm exaggerating there, a man dying a preventable death is a crime to me. I was unaware last week at the Board of Appeals trial, or whatever you call it, that the board president was appointed by Biden to be the principal legal advisor to the Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, in 2021. Did that influence any of the board's votes? I don't know. How many lives must be sacrificed to Geo Group, to City Hall, before this stops? We demand justice for Melvin. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Hello, supervisors.
First off, I just want to say justice for Melvin and condolences to the family. I lost my father not too long ago, and I can't imagine what you're going through, but just know God is with you and he's going to aid you. On another note, my name is Asil Farah. I serve as a member of the San Francisco Immigrant Rights Commission, and I'm here in my personal capacity as a proud District 6 resident. I also wanted to stand in solidarity of our South Asian community members and support the South Asian Heritage Month resolution. South Asian Americans have long been a vital force in San Francisco, from building beloved small businesses to leading fights for justice, housing, workers' rights, and education. This community continues to be a backbone of our city's culture and civic life, and their contributions deserve more than just recognition. They deserve long-term investment and visibility. And on a personal note, as someone who grew up on the Tenderloin, one of my guilty pleasures since I was a little kid was going to Jones and Gary Street and having to choose from chutney, shalimar, or pakwan for their delicious naan. It's small moments like that growing up in the TL that made me reminded me of how deeply South Asian culture has shaped the San Francisco I call home. Thank you, Supervisor Mahmood, and our Vice Chair from the Immigrant Rights Commission for authoring this resolution and for making history. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Asil Farah, for your comments today. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, respected board members. My name is Shaheen Sheikh, and I'm a proud South Asian American Muslim, daughter to Indian immigrant parents, San Francisco native, and a lifelong public servant with 28 years. My career started right here in the basement at Elections Department. I currently serve as a Security Operations Intelligence Manager at SFMTA. I rise today in strong support of Supervisor Mahmood's resolution. Just saying South Asian American Heritage Month in San Francisco in one sentence gives me goosebumps. I thank you, Supervisor Mahmood, for your leadership and for your proud representation as a first Muslim and South Asian American. I've raised 3 boys in San Francisco, in Supervisor Chan's district, amazing district, and we have been part of public school for 18 years, from rooftop to Lowell High School. And when my kids were teased for wearing curry jersey because they were Indian and asked where were the naan, I decided to do exactly that. I decided to host henna parties at their school, and I made sure that we served naan and chicken tikka masala to all the kids. I spent over 16 years volunteering at San Francisco Islamic School, and where I serve now on the board. I'm also honored to be first female coordinator at American Hasoti Association, and I sit on City Hall Iftar as well. Committee. So all these are deeply rooted in service as well as South Asian traditions. I urge the board to adopt the resolution and show that San Francisco not only welcomes its South Asian communities, but it celebrates us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Walter Villasencio. I'm a retired San Francisco firefighter and currently serve as the president of the San Francisco Firefighter and EMS Behavioral Health Foundation. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate your support in the amendment to the administrative code that allows SFFD members to donate to our foundation through payroll deduction. Sir, your support reflects a strong commitment.
I'm pausing your time, sir.
Oh.
Forgive me, but that item has already been heard in committee, and the public comment period has expired.
Oh, I apologize. I just want to thank the board. I was told to wait till 69. Thank you. I apologize, but thank you.
Thank you kindly. Thank you for coming here today. Welcome to our next speaker.
SF viewer, please. This item here.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Before I even begin your time, that item is not eligible for public comment.
A comment that I want to put on record so when you get to it, you already have facts coming from the public.
Mr. Wright, please don't talk about that item. It is not eligible for public comment. That has been through committee.
Well, you got situations where you cutting funds for the homeless programs, and by the same response, you also taking away funds for temporary housing. That's not fair. It shows a total disregard for the most vulnerable people, and you got a pattern of doing it. First of all, where's that $24 million that was supposed to be for the homeless people that Gavin Newsom the nuisance, is supposed to be overseeing? We never heard nothing else about it when he was put in check and confronted with the facts that the program is missing $24 million. None of you never say anything about that. Then you want to take away from funds that's targeted for the most vulnerable people. You always harass and show a total disregard for the interests of the most vulnerable. People living in their vans and their SRVs. You tell them they can only park for 3 hours, and then they have to move and drive around and try to find another place to park. That's disgusting. You know good and well they can't move around and live like that. You don't follow your own rules and regulations of the Charter. Rule 410 says 15% of all housing opportunities that comes out of the mayor's office on housing is supposed to be for very low and low income bracket people, and those are the people that's homeless on the street. And then you turn around and set the requirement to be a tenant in the building out of each and every opportunity that comes out of the mayor's office on housing higher at 80 to 90% of the AMI. And about misappropriations of funds, what is Mayor Gavin Newsom and his wife doing writing a book on that critical race theory and selling it to the Unified School District, getting paid $1.5 million? That's disgusting. That's totally disgusting. All that money should be clawed back and put back into the homeless fund.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Santana Tapia, and I stand before you to remind you of the privilege that you have to serve as supervisors to a city that has been a representation of hope and liberation to the world. In August of 1966, a riot broke out when police officers kept harassing trans women seeking refuge. That site started a queer revolution that gave me and many of you the right to express yourselves and your most authentic selves. That site now houses a for-profit prison that has continued to inflict violence on those who seek hope and liberation. Melvin should have had the hope to see his children once more. Melvin should have had the chance to plan a birthday for his daughter. We speak before you to seek justice and demand that you stop being accomplices to the negligence of GEO Group. We demand accountability, we demand an end to these inhumane conditions, and we demand that the city take action now. We say their names. We say Melvin Buluwan's name, and we will not stop until GEO Group is held accountable. I've had the privilege and honor of growing up in San Francisco. My family is a family of immigrants. We escaped horrible conditions, and we came here seeking a better life. Many people, I'm sure you all hear this every day, talking to the people in your districts that come here seeking a better life. How many more people do we have to lose? How many more times do we have to walk across the building where people are literally asking for help to end their...
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. We'll hear from our next speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm reading this comment on behalf of another South Asian member of the public, Saikat Chakrabarti. My name is Saiko Chakrabarti. I'm a resident of District 8, and I'm commenting in support of the South Asian American Heritage Month resolution. Thank you, Supervisor Mahmood and Vice Chair Kontilis Chaudhry.
Ma'am, can I pause your time?
Yes, please.
I believe you have already addressed the board during general public comment.
Yes, I have.
It is 2 minutes per person. Although you're providing comments from another person, if you're wanting to submit that language to us, we'll put it in the minutes, but your 2 minutes has already expired. Thank you kindly. Thank you. All right, Mark, you're up.
Two famous Christians died this month, Jimmy Swaggart, and I'm glad he's dead, tell you the truth. He drug God's name in the mud, you know, and then John MacArthur, who was a Christian, and he, you know, the early Christians could raise the dead, and honestly, if we could still do that, I'd raise John, but I'd leave Jimmy dead. And, you know, after he had the whore, I would have went in there, you know, and told him, hey, you need to get a job. Just step down. You can go to church. You can sing the songs. You can put money in the plate, but it's not right, you know. And a lot of people over the years have brought up Jimmy Swaggart, you know. And you are saved by grace, and if he was saved, he was saved, but I personally don't think he was. Now, last time I was here, we talked a little bit about the 2,300 days in Daniel chapter 8, which is actually 2,300 years. And it's interesting because that's what they call a solar lunar thing where they come together. And Daniel could not have known this because they didn't have the instruments to determine a true solar year and a true lunar month. But every 2,300 years, it comes together. See, so again, showing that God started the United States of America. That 2,300 years did end in 1776. It's amazing. It really is. And so I don't know if you heard Stuart Rhodes today on InfoWars.
They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. You know, when we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group.
Thank you for your comments.
Very welcome.
Let's hear from our next speaker, please. Welcome.
I have some copies here. My name is Jim McAfee.
Yes, we'll come collect them from you.
One for each member of the board and the clerk. I'll just read here until the buzzer goes off. This is about facility reported incidents at Laguna Honda. 12 allegations of abuse. Injury of unknown origin, 1. One investigation not started by CDPH. Other to resident, 1. One investigation not started by CDPH. Resident to resident abuse, 5. 5 investigations not started by CDPH. Staff to resident, 4. 4 investigations not started by CDPH. Misappropriation of resident property, 1. 1 investigation not started by CDPH. Major injury, 2. 2 investigations not started by CDPH. Disease outbreak, 1. 1 investigation not started by CDPH. Potential privacy breach, 1. 1 investigation not started by CDPH. 10 anonymous complaints, 7 no deficiencies. Well, they picked out 7 that had no deficiencies. What a coincidence. 3 pending outcomes. You turn the page over, and you discover that there are 46 facility-related incidents pending CDPH investigations. No document request or call or visit. Now, this goes on month after month after month. They will never report a deficiency. What are all these people making these reports? Are they all lying? Is that what we're to believe? They're all making this up? No deficiencies for any reports ever. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name and phone number is on this paper. If you want to call me and find out more about Laguna Honda, you're welcome to. My domestic partner's there. And the chief medical officer is currently holding evidence of it.
Thank you, Mr. McAfee. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I am reading on behalf of Shoykat Chakrabarty. He says, my name is Shoykat Chakrabarty. I'm a resident of District 8 and am commenting in support of the resolution proposed by Supervisor Mahmood and Vice Chair Kontilis Chowdhury. San Francisco, even as a young kid in Texas, is a city that values all the different threads that make up the quilt that is America. We're a city where we believe anyone can come here and be San Franciscan while also being Asian, Hispanic, Black, Filipino, Vietnamese, or South Asian. And that's especially important in a time where a competing narrative of America is being pushed on us, a narrative that these identities make us un-American. Well, that narrative is itself un-American, and I'm so proud that San Francisco, by fighting to include more and more in our society, is being more American than our president is today. I'm proud that we are the first city in the nation to declare a South Asian American Heritage Month. It's an affirmation that South Asians belong in this city and this country, and we are a part of its fabric. But I do have one small recommendation as we celebrate this month in years ahead. Sometimes we tend to celebrate the standouts and high achievers when we celebrate South Asian American culture, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't want to take anything away from those who have achieved so much. But I just want to make sure we don't also lose sight of the very real issues facing South Asian Americans today as well. Our community is one where wealth and income disparity is higher than almost any other community in America. We still have issues of caste discrimination in this country, I'm sad to say, which we must root out. Dr. Ambedkar, the father of the Indian Constitution, told us we must begin by acknowledging the inequality that exists and work to uplift those who have been kept at the bottom. Political democracy cannot last unless there lies at the base of it social democracy. In America, FDR said the test of our progress isn't whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it's whether we provide enough for those who have too little. I hope we take the spirit of these thinkers forward with us in the city and in our South Asian community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Are there any other members besides this gentleman who want to address the board during general public comment? Please step up in line. Mr. Sleeper? All right. Welcome, sir.
President of the board and board members, my name is Richard S. Peterson. I'm here to talk on two reports that have been reported in the Chronicle as well as the Examiner, and this is on the plan to save Muni by using parcel taxes. Now, this is the most unfair type of legislation for taxation that I know. There are often other types of taxes you could use. Just a general property tax, that would tax everybody evenly. As Mrs. Mosley has said, that it's really unfair. Essentially, the Chase Center is on one parcel. It's going to be taxed, say, $100, and the house out in the avenues is going to be taxed a house $100. Parcel taxes are very unfair, and this is going to start a war between the east side and the west side, downtown versus the burbs. The west side should not be paying for what downtown wants or what downtown can get away with. The Millennial Tower is sitting on one or maybe two parcels. I'm dividing my lot. I'm going to be having two parcels. I'll be paying as much as the Millennial Tower or the Salesforce Tower, billion-dollar places. So anyway, I hope the working group is union leaders, transit advocates, Chamber of Commerce members, city supervisors, top staff, the mayor's office, and what they're lacking are homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to our next speaker.
You guys gave away $4 million in settlements before today's agenda began for sidewalk falls, among other settlements for
Mr.
Catholic
Sleeper,
institutions. Yes.
I'll just pause your time. The settlements on today's agenda are not eligible for public comment.
Understood. That's the only sentence I have to say.
You have
But
a minute, 52 seconds. I'll begin your timer
I'm just
now.
stating for what they're, and it's important that people know what they're, yeah. I wish you just wouldn't have interrupted me because I think I need to start my time over. But for sidewalk falls, among other settlements for Catholic institutions experiencing flood damage that have yet to settle cases of sexual perversion, my own experience having a priest offer me $500 to suck me off, and another clergy taking pictures of me in my sleep when I was supposed to be in a safe place. You've additionally yet to acknowledge myself being strangled for 35 minutes to face additional batteries by officers such as Thomas on Mayor Lurie's security detail, attempting to deny my rights at City Hall despite being an American citizen and not a foreign one. Batteries that he won't be charged with a crime for because laws consistently only apply to some. You can, of course, murder without consequence if you've got a badge. You can sexually prey on any you wish if you have enough dollars without consequence. We well know, too. Board president, you want to recognize Lady Gaga, a millionaire that needs nothing, but you don't want to recognize your own resident spending 4 months in custody for taking down a curtain stapled to the wall with shit on it. The individual dying in the halfway house of the ICE detention facility at 111 Taylor is recognized, of course, after being dead, wanting to make everything political bullshit, but you've yet to respond to San Franciscans living with shit in their pants for a week at a time in San Francisco County jails, a jail ran and owned by San Francisco with no less than 30 mental health, security, and healthcare professionals simply walking by. No less than 30 quote-unquote professionals exploiting millions of dollars while fucking off our city. One of them that walked by standing right here. For the past 6 months, I've woken up to someone that gets everything for free calling me a faggot outside my window all hours with 3 security officers within 50 yards of where the threats regularly occur, additionally earning a salary while not able to provide peace at 3 a.m.
Mr. Sleeper, your time's concluded.
Infesting my own home with cockroaches and rodents outside and walking out
Shane.
dog shit in the hallway every day.
Shane, your time's concluded. Shane.
So if we want to recognize South Asians, let's recognize the
Shane.
South Asians that own that building.
Shane, get a hold of yourself.
My money that get to force me to live in conditions with
Shane.
garbage falling out,
Shane.
with dog shit in my hallway.
Take it
and
easy.
You wonder what it's doing to my mental health, and you want to be recognized while fucking off me? Get the fuck out of here.
All right, the board does not endorse those comments. Mrs. Brown. Mrs. Brown.
This is America. It's not fucking Asia.
Mrs. Brown, please come towards the podium.
I'm here to, I was just listening to a lot of the people talking about their loved ones being lost and their fathers and their families and their suffering from trauma. I just want to also say that please listen to me and get off your phones. On next month, August 14th, will be the anniversary and the murder of my son, August 14th. I come here with my grandchildren, which is their uncle. These are his nieces. They're 5 years old. So this is what I have to deal with, that they don't have their uncle around. My son was shot 30 times with a semi-automatic gun on August 14th. And I'm still seeking justice for my child. And I ask that each supervisor please come on August 14th and come and support us mothers about unsolved homicides. I want to thank Matt Darcy for help implementing the policy on ways to pay tipsters to come forth. I am still asking for the mayor to come and support us mothers. He needs to do that. He needs to know that he needs to stand up for us also, to bring awareness and to bring up something about that policy and let the world know that there's a way to pay tipsters so our cases can get solved. I'm a mother who is still suffering The body keeps the score. I'm a strong mother, but I just was up at the grave the other day talking to my son and saying that I'm never going to give up on you, son. Mommy is still here. I'm never giving up on my son. And I want each one of you to know that. He lived with his mother and father. He had a mother and father at home to raise him. It was a two-parent family, and the system and this world took him from me. So please come and...
Thank you, Mrs. Brown, for your comments. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the board during general public comment? All right, Mr. President.
All right, public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, can you call our for adoption without committee reference agenda items 70 through 77?
Items 70 through 77 were introduced for adoption, but without reference to committee. A unanimous vote is required for adoption of a resolution on first reading today. Alternatively, a member may require a resolution on first appearance to go to committee.
Supervisor Dorsey.
Could we pull item 74?
74. And I am thinking we might need to pull 70 and 71. Yes. All right. Any others? Okay, so we're pulling 70, 71, and 74. And Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on the balance of the items?
Yes, on 72, 73, 75, 76, and 77. Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you. Oh, aye.
Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the resolutions are adopted. And then, Madam Clerk, could you please call item 70?
Item 70 is on second appearance. It is no longer unanimous. It has an 8-vote threshold. Item 70 is a motion to adopt findings in support of the board's disapproval of Planning Commission motion number 21727, approving a conditional use authorization for the proposed project at 3400 Laguna Street.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item 70.
And 71, Mr. President? My apologies.
Do them together? Let's do them together.
I didn't call 71, though. Okay. Item 71 is on second appearance. It's no longer unanimous. It has an 8-vote threshold. This is a motion adopting findings in support of the board's disapproval of the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission by its motion number 494 to approve a certificate of appropriateness for the proposed project at 3400 Laguna Street.
All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on items 70 and 71.
On items 70 and 71, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, no. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Chan voting no.
The motions are approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call item 74?
Item 74, this is a resolution to declare the month of August 2025 as Afghan American Heritage Month in the City and County of San Francisco.
Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you, President Mandelman. Colleagues, with item 74, I ask for your support in declaring August 2025 as Afghan American Heritage Month in the City and County of San Francisco. This measure offers us an important opportunity to formally recognize and celebrate the many cultural, civic, and economic contributions that Afghan Americans have made to the fabric of our city. Afghan Americans contribute to every facet of life in San Francisco, from small business owners and artists to educators, healthcare workers, and public servants. They're an integral part of what makes our city vibrant. As the supervisor representing District 6, home to many of San Francisco's most diverse and resilient communities, it's especially meaningful to me to bring this resolution forward. Our office is proud to have Mahanas Abadi on our team, a dedicated public servant, thoughtful policy advisor, and forceful advocate for equity, belonging, and justice, and the board's first and only Afghan American legislative aide. As a daughter of refugees and a strong voice for her community, Mahanis has been instrumental in advancing some of our office's most important work on public safety and community healing, whether she's organizing cultural events at City Hall, supporting constituents in moments of crisis, or amplifying voices that too often go unheard. Mahanis leads with both compassion and conviction. We're lucky to have her, and San Francisco is better for her service. This month gives us a chance to reflect on the richness of Afghan culture and the resilience of the Afghan diaspora, many of whom have faced displacement, conflict, and loss, yet continue to contribute to our city with remarkable generosity and grace. As we recognize Afghan American Heritage Month, may we also recommit to building a city that honors immigrant stories, embraces diversity as a strength, and ensures every community has a seat at the table. I also look forward to celebrating, hopefully with as many of you as possible, the second annual Afghan American Heritage Month celebration next month, an event that brings together families, community leaders, and neighbors to uplift Afghan voices and culture in the heart of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on item 74?
On item 74, Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Engardio. Engardio, aye. Supervisor Fielder. Fielder, aye. Supervisor Mahmood. Mahmood, aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Sauter. Sauter, aye. Supervisor Sherrill. Sherrill, aye. Supervisor Walton. Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. And Supervisor Chen. Chen, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, do we have any imperative agenda items?
There are no imperative items to report.
All right. Could you please read the in memoriams?
Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Dorsey and Supervisor Mandelman, for the late Mr. Dan Dillon. On behalf of Supervisor Mandelman, for the late Mr. Christopher Charles Brighetti. On behalf of Supervisor Melgar, for the late Miss Maureen Dowling. And on behalf of Supervisor Mahmood, for the late Mr. Melvin Boulawan.
Colleagues, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any further business before us today?
That concludes our business for today.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, deputies. As there's no further business, we are adjourned.